this stuff, either stay quiet, right? Either stay quiet, but don't challenge it based on what you believe. I don't have a belief.
All right, so I got a question. So the same way you asked Cedric, why is evolution important? Why do you feel like religion is important?
I'm an agnostic.
Oh, why do you feel like why you feel like that's important?
I just live my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that what do you mean? Why do I think that agnosticism is important? It's okay. Just what my
why is it important to you? Why is it important to you? My bad.
I never looked at it and said, oh my gosh, it's important to be agnostic. I just realized the way that I live my life and conduct myself is if you look at the world views religiously, I would probably fall more into I'm going to fall into an agnostic category when it comes to the existence of God, or how to interact with God if God exists, because then the only next option I would have is deism after that until I move up from there. But religion in general, I can answer the question. I think that religion in general can be important to the world as far as society, humanity, and all those things, because if you are following it properly, if it's something that is profitable, which is why I think it's interesting that he said that Christianity was a moot point to bring up, because it's so many people whose lives have changed and evolved, and that has made them in this whole point, this whole idea of humanity that he was just talking about in the evolution of it. Then some of those things include psychological changes and all that. And these people, some people that are more religious, depending on how they conduct themselves, truthfully, because you got the crazy people, you got the cult leaders and people who do damage, but the general person in the general population, religion helps them and makes them better. It keeps them more grounded. It gives them hope and gives them something to look forward to. It brings value into their lives. It helps them be more positively interactive with the world around them. It does a lot of things. Religion, some of the places where people conduct religion at, such as a church, offers things to the world around them, like they do community outreaches and stuff like that. They offer bill pay because this is the society that we live in where these things are important. They feed people. They pray with you. They give you community. Like those are a lot of reasons why I think that religion is beneficial in today's time. I don't think it's, but that is with me understanding fully that some people do bad things and call themselves religious.
And for the record, I debated Zion Lex on that same topic and won.
Okay. I don't believe that just because you win a debate, it means you're right. It just probably means that you debated better.
Yeah, I counted all of those arguments with real-time examples.
You can't cancel all of those. You literally cannot cancel the arguments because they're real. They're true. There's data to support it.
Counted all those arguments. You
can counter. So you're saying that churches don't help improve people's life well-being and don't provide things to the population around them. Churches do not provide education, food, and other resources to the community, that it doesn't provide a place for people to have fellowship, and it does not improve the mental state of people. You're saying that people don't have faith, more faith. Are you saying that none of those things are true?
So you're begging the question and expect me to answer?
I'm begging what question? Explain how I'm begging the question. Explain. You just called a logical fallacy out. Begging the question. Tell me how I'm doing it.
Because you're asking me loaded questions.
What is a loaded question? You don't sound like... Explain the loaded question.
First of all, the implication of it as religion is essential or necessary. No.
That's not what the question. You just moved the goalpost.
Of what you said right
there. You moved the goalpost.
Is done in secular form without the baggage of religion, especially Christianity.
That's not what the conversation is about. You're fighting a straw man. You moved the goalpost and now you're fighting a straw man.
Because I don't answer your loaded questions. You
No,
see how I
you
answer
moved
the
the
question?
goalpost, and now you're fighting a straw man.
You created loaded questions and
No,
expect
no,
me
no,
to
no,
actually
no.
answer.
You
No.
moved. No, no, no. You are moving the goalpost. What was asked? The question that was asked was,
Loaded question.
why do I think that religion is
And
beneficial?
I'm not
Why would
answering
it
your
be
loaded question.
important? That was the question, not what
Why
you
is it
just
important?
said. You
It is
moved the
not
goalpost
important.
and you started
It is
fighting a
not
straw man. This
important.
is called
It is not
deflection.
im-
It is an
it is not
invalid way of
and
having an
it is
argument
not
because it means that
important.
you are not confident in the
You
argument that you are
loaded-
presenting.
you
It means
loaded-
that you know that you are losing the argument.
Yeah, right. Because you speak a lot. No, you load your
No,
question.
because I'm
So
speaking on the topic. You are not on the topic. You are changing the topic in
I'm not
real
on the
time.
topic. I'm not on the topic.
The
So, because I
question,
don't
the
acquiesce
question
to your
was,
loaded question.
so if we were to
Every
make this
point
into a
you
debate
just said
topic, the topic
is
would be,
irrelevant.
is religion
It's not
beneficial?
important. No, because the baggage that religion causes, when all of these things can be achieved through secularism, which do not create
You
in
never
and out.
answered my question.
Your question.
You never answered my question. Are you saying that the things that I mentioned are false, that they don't
No,
happen?
I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing.
Oh, okay. Well, we can end the conversation because if you proceed without addressing the fallacies in your argument, there's nothing to talk about because we wouldn't be having the same conversation. The conversation is over.
Are you saying?
The conversation is over.
What I'm saying.
The conversation is over.
My position.
I don't need you to clarify anything.
Load your question by telling me I need to address the specific point.
I didn't load a question.
So if you didn't understand, if you didn't understand what I said, then you would ask me to clarify. But
I didn't. You're assuming. Okay, so now this is. Are you assuming that I don't have the capability of understanding what you said to me? What did I say that makes you think that I didn't understand you? Because the only person that seems like they didn't understand is you, because you started answering a question that wasn't asked.
Because you asked for a clarification.
I never know.
Are you saying A, B, C, and D? That's a clarification. So if you need a clarification,
answer the question.
Just ask me, what did I say?
Answer the question. You never answered it. You called it a loaded question.
Because you're loading the questions.
Okay, give me a second.
Don't you get it? First of all, you're asking me for a clarification, and then you're loading the clarification. If you needed clarification on my position, you would simply ask me, clarify your position. How do you assess it? And I would say A, B, C, and D. What you're doing is loading the question. So you're saying, first of all, from the moment you're saying, so you're saying, you're attempting to frame what I'm saying so that it's convenient to you, loading the question. Ask me. So
no, that's not what that is.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, bro.
Clarify your position. Clarify your position.
And you clarify your position on your own. I said what I had to say.
Exactly. So you don't want a
loaded question is a question that is presumptuous.
Yes,
it assumes that you have the answer to the question when you ask it. For example, if I walked up to you and said, "Did you enjoy?"
If you're asking for a clarification, you would simply say, "What do you mean? Clarify your position."
Bro.
But if you're asking me leading questions,
this conversation is over. The conversation is over.
So you're saying you're asking for a clarification. Of course it was over. But the moment you came with the loaded question,
the conversation is over. You can finish talking
to it. So if you want a clarification on my position,
I don't want any clarification.
Exactly. I know. You were trying
to you said, I was asked the question. I answered the question. You said that I countered all of those arguments before.
Exactly.
So what was your counter? Provide. That's what you should have done. That's what you should have done. You should have provided your counter argument, but you didn't do that.
Those arguments, and then you go. So what you're saying is
no. All you have to do is counter the argument, bro.
I was talking.
That's all you have to do. You never have to say what you tried to do. Was you tried to appeal to yourself as some type of authority to assume that just because you won a debate before that you're winning or that you got it right now.
All these issues already. So I know all of these arguments.
What is your counter? Are you going to counter the argument or not? Bro,
now you want me to counter the argument?
No,
every aspect that you attribute to religion, We can get it in a secular setting without the baggage or the creation of in and out groups. You don't need to have sin as a resource, especially within the frame of Christianity, as a driving force. All these aspects of societal improvement, you can get them in a secular form. We have societies that are purely secular that have far outdo any type of religious setting. As a matter of fact, look at the American Bible Belt. The more religious a community is, the less affluent it is in general. So these statements don't hold up to the actual statistics. You are looking at individual cases, and these cases, when we look at them, they are not related to the church, but it's related to community. So wherever you find community, you can find the same type of resource. So the claim that this is a necessity or essential is false when you have counter and better outcomes when you have less religiosity. If you simply asked me to clarify my position, I would have. But your loaded questions, I ain't answering them. Of course you're going to leave the car. Because at the point that she realized that you just need to ask me to clarify my position without loading the question, I do this for real. I negotiate contracts. I deal with lawyers. These are the games they play. Like, come on. If you want a clarification, then you ask me, how did you do that? What did you say? And I'll tell you what I said. No, you're loading the question by making me address specific points that you already have codified. The church does this, it does that, it does that, it does that, it does that. That's loading your question. And you need to be versed in argumentation to realize those things. No, I'm going to clarify my point. Something you must always remember. Whenever someone asks you, so what you're saying is they are attempting to straw man your position. They are creating a straw man. And once you acquiesce to that, they already know how to attack that. No, I'm going to repeat what I'm saying. Do you need a clarification? I'll state it again. But never answer, so what you're saying is. Never do that. Never. In no setting, ever. Remember that. Don't ever acquiesce to that. And if you look in these YouTube speaks, you're gonna see it. That's a basic straw man tactic, and it's the most infantile. These are the first logical fallacies you learn in debating. So what you're saying, oh, you're trying to frame what I said in a way that's convenient to you. No, if you need clarification, I will surely do so. Let me expound. Where do you need some more information? Which particular point? Nice try, though. And then thinking, assuming getting loud is going to win something. You claim to be agnostic, but you defended the tenets of Christianity with everything you got. Mind you, the point was Hebrew as a distinct culture from Christianity. The Hellenization of the Bible altered the meaning of the text. When you Hellenize in Jewish tradition, the Ruah and the Nefesh. The Nefesh or the Ruah, I'm sorry, is the breath of God. That which allows you, that which animates the body. The moment you die, the Ruah returns to the Nefesh, to God, the ultimate spirit. And you simply go into Sheol. Party over. There's no resurrection, no afterlife, none of that. Christianity, you die, you raise again, the soul, the spirit concept, totally different. In Hebrew culture, in their tradition, they have a prophecy of being liberated. Why? These people were conquered and exiled twice. Babylonian exile and Assyrian exile. And they had always the hope and the prayer to be liberated and restored to the throne like David. Remember, David was a glorified figure. He defeated the Goliath and became the first king and unified Israel. Now, this is what the Messiah means. Messiah is the liberator, warrior, king, sit on the throne, establish Jerusalem, establish Israel. That is what the Jews are, that's their prophecy. That's what they're looking out for. Many Messiah came and many Messiah failed, including Jesus. Christianity took the character Jesus and created the Lamb of God, the one who is going to save your souls from sin. Mind you, the first 5 books of the Bible were written 700-800 years later than the proposed time that they are meant for. The concept of sin is Assyrian. The concept of sin is Greek. It means to miss the mark. These are not concepts within the Jewish tradition. The Jewish tradition, you do something wrong, we have a scapegoat. You are not born in any eternal sin. This is Christianity, distinct from Jewish tradition. So Jesus in the Bible is not Messiah and Savior. He's a Savior. He cannot be a Messiah because he did not complete any task of the Messiah. He failed in terms of prophecy. The New Testament is creating a narrative that didn't exist and switching up what this individual is supposed to represent. Now he's the savior of souls for eternal sin and afterlife. No, this has nothing to do with Jewish tradition. So if you're arguing Jesus and this stuff in terms of him being prophesying, so like you're gonna lose that argument every day. The Jewish tradition makes no tenets to a Jesus Christ in terms of saving your soul and whatnot.
So according to Jewish tradition, he was actually a real person that existed?
Yeah, could be. There was a Jesus, a Messiah dude at the time. Even Josephus makes mention to it. A Messiah dude going around claiming to liberate people and stuff. So they had many Messiah figures, and Jesus was a common name. So in their lexicon, we have a fraud, one of so many who thought they would have won. Don't we have them today? Isn't there a Holy Ghost walking around? He's going to debate Jabari in a couple of weeks. And then don't we have Black Jesus from Mississippi? I mean, human's human.
He's a Black Jesus.
Swear that Mississippi is, and he's the return of Jesus. He's going to sit on the throne, and Mississippi is where Jerusalem is, bro. He's convinced. And even if you would speak to the necessity of religion, right? What and how did that Middle Eastern back alley god Yahweh become the savior of the world when human beings have civilizations older that exist longer than this Jewish back alley Yahweh? Like Moses, if he even existed, was condemned for murder in Egypt. So we had laws, we had policies, we had civilizations which have moral structure codes in place. Egyptians had their gods. All of a sudden, this Johnny-come-lately God from the Jews is now the progenitor of the whole world and all our civilization, to the point that we need to get in our boats and subdue and kill people who don't believe in this and enslave the rest of them. Like, what rational human being embraces that nonsense? I just don't get it.
From a bunch of serial killers. Mass killing, serial killing all over the place.
Yeah, we should when you should talk about the Catholic. Yeah, Catholics, the motherfucker, we just come and take your shit. Chop your ass up and take your shit, put you to listen. Don't fuck around. Get down on one knee. Hey, my God, kiss my ring, bitch. Move out of here. What year it is over here? Nah, it's not. It's 2021, motherfucker, because we say so. Fuck out of here. Take that down. Take that down. Put up a picture of Jesus, motherfucker. And when I come back, it better be up there. The Vatican still owns the most real estate in the world. Everywhere that there's a Catholic church, it literally is part of Rome. You're not standing on US soil, you're not standing on Dutch soil, Caribbean soil. No, you're standing on Vatican soil. You're in the Vatican at that moment.
Yeah, the Vatican, man, they ruthless for what they did, man. I'm surprised nobody took them to like Supreme Court or nothing for the shit they did.
Their whole system, bro. You know why Catholics can't get married? Go back in history. Look at the popes. Popes had sons that they made bishops and cardinals. They had wives. They had mistresses. The organization would allot land property to a pope or to a bishop or a priest, and by extension, then their offspring, right? Inheritance rights. Because the papacy, because of their wealth being spread too thin, by getting these offsprings that were not directly up under the church, etc. You had splintering off, and there was a ban put in place that priests are no longer allowed to get married, and celibacy is a requirement because of what Paul said. That was introduced to stop the expansion of real estate. And now all property has filtered back to the church because, of course, once that bishop who owned it died, he would be replaced by a bishop, but the bishop would then be appointed to the estate that is owned by the church. I get European history over here, right? As part of curriculum. So because of the colonization and this being a Dutch island, we learned the 100-Year War, we learned the 80-Year War, we learned how the nomads invaded England and ruled England by means of the Catholic Church. So we get that in school. So I understand the power. People, I'm a Christian, I'm not Catholic, no, bro. Without Catholicism, you ain't got no Christianity, you ain't got none of that. Like there's literally none of these denominations, and you're a Christian, you're a Catholic. Without Catholic, you can't be a Christian. You're all Catholic. We talk about Jesus Christ, right? Yeah, you're Catholic. Yeah.
So earlier you said something about the Jewish traditions, not believing in Sheol or hell and all that. But in the Old Testament, you got a story about when what was the King Saul? He went to go talk to Elijah or something like that. He went to go see a soothsayer, and he said that he was resting with his forefathers, some shit like that, and according to the narrative of the scripture.
This thing in Sheol. Sheol is the final resting place. Everybody ends up in Sheol.
What is that?
But it's not a hell. It's not anything, because again, the breath of life that comes from God returns to God. The Ruah returns to God. I might have to confuse the Ruah and the flesh. I did a presentation on it, so I did some weeks of studying and I had to learn all these terms, and I was surprised. It was a presentation on the evolution of spirit, right? These concepts and how we reach to up and including theory of mind. Why? And it's once you point it out to people, they see it one time. Whenever you look at a third person, right? You look at John, You see John as a complete unit. That's John. But when you think of yourself, you see yourself as owning a body, as having a body. These are my fingers. There's this disconnect between the mind and the body, right? Which allows you to examine your body. If you didn't have that disconnect, you wouldn't know to feed yourself, right? And these type of things. But you never see yourself as a complete unit, while you look at someone else as complete. Now, this thing which separates me from the body, what is it? What is it? In Greek thought process and developing understanding, this is what spirit is. We understand today that that's mind produced by brain. But I was going through the evolution of these concepts, and you see from Ruah and Nefesh, you get the switch to Greek philosophical thought. Now there's an afterlife. Now the body is not, doesn't have an animating force. The body is houses the actual you, which is this spirit, which is this soul. And the soul just doesn't die. The body dies. The soul now lingers and the concept of ghosts. And then the afterlife. This is where this originates from. Because this thing that is mine is separate from this body that's intangible. So there was no understanding at a point in time that the mind is a product of the brain. So as we develop more and more understanding, now we talk about philosophy of mind, we understand consciousness, and consciousness still has the hard problem, right? The hard problem of consciousness is that individual quantitative experience, right? Why does that pepper burn me and not you? Why do I like Kool-Aid and you can't drink the stuff? Like, what is the differentiation in the experience? It is the same product, mixed the same way. How is that individual? How is that the individual experience differs? Now that's the hard problem of consciousness, and it's only a hard problem within the philosophical realm. Because if you study guys like Robert Sapolsky, he talks about determinism and how each individual's chemical reactions and composition is going to determine and have influence over all these factors. But within the philosophical realm, it is known as the hard problem of consciousness.
You're teaching today, I see you. Ain't no Bible thumpers got in here to come defend the faith neither, man. I'm disappointed. Goddamn.
I troublemaker. Like I can say, I've evolved, right? I used to be a hardcore atheist, stomp them out, blah, blah. But as you evolve, and especially if you want to communicate and you want to have discourse, you have to have a little bit more compassion and respect for people's belief system, right? I do not necessarily attack your belief system. I just provide you with the alternative information, the other, right? Ground you in reality, and you go from there. Like scientific literacy doesn't mean that you now need to become a rocket scientist or walk around analyzing every molecule of everything. Listen, I love fantasy, right? I do not. I read fantasy books. I watch fantasy movies. Like, I don't want to watch a reality movie ever. It has to be Star Warsy or mythical with dragons. And I love that stuff. Take me away from reality. But I'm not going to ever not use logic, reason, skepticism, and scientific grounding when engaging with reality. Scientific literacy is a necessary component for everyday decision in your life, for social engagement, political engagement, economic engagement, every aspect of your life. grounded in scientific literacy is fundamental. At the same time, I say when you go to a church, when you go to a hospital, on top of the hospital, it says Hospital of St. Jude. And when you go in the hospital, there's a little chapel, right? That the doctor goes in and prays. And when he goes to do his surgery, he then puts on his scientific cap and doesn't rely on God anymore. So once
Right.
you can make those distinctions, then you're perfectly fine. Like, then there's no problem.
What about you personally? You don't believe like there's nothing, like you just straight atheist. No, you know, no higher source, nothing. You don't believe in no higher power.
Um, and no, I've studied, practiced, engaged in every other form of religion I could have gotten my hands on at any given point in time. I've been an atheist since I've stopped believing in Christianity since I was 14 years old. So I've done Hinduism, I've meditated, learned to meditate. The concept of leaving your body, right? You can actually experience that. You don't go nowhere. It's all in your mind, but you can reach to a point of stillness that you can actually have zero thoughts. Like, done that for
Wait,
African
wait, wait.
spiritual.
That's interesting from an atheist perspective. I want to know what that's like. So you study
Uh,
Hinduism, done the
yeah,
whole
like,
meditation stuff
yeah,
like that. Like,
and meditation became a separate aspect. So all the hoogly-gob of the philosophy of all that, like, okay, irrelevant. But conditioning your physical body to be still and and not control your thoughts, but the ability to not follow your thoughts until you have zero thoughts. That is a hard, long process. Now, and if you know my nature, I like discipline things. Like when I used to work out, I worked out twice a day, every day without a help. Like I pride myself on having high levels of discipline. When I decided I wasn't going to smoke anymore, I stopped cold turkey, never touched a cigarette again. One moment decided not, and held myself to it. Never touched a cigarette again. Like, so I pride myself on those things. And the difficulty in learning that physical exercise is what made me engage in that aspect of it. Um, African spiritual traditions, voodoo, different kinds, Santeria. I've been bathed by voodoo priests with potions and cigars, all of it. I've done Wicca, learned to draw sigils and
so when you done this
candles.
stuff, right? It ain't you through your from your experience. It wasn't no type of power, nothing behind it. Like it just didn't work, or what? Like what made you be like, fuck
Then it brings you to the concept. I'm going to have a presentation coming on Luciferianism, Satanism, and all of that. What it connects you to is self. All these things, what they do is they make you aware of self. You learn who you are as a human being,
right, right,
right?
man.
Uh,
I'm glad you said
your
that. Man, 'cause that's what I just studied a little different shit too, and I've come to that same conclusion. This is just
yeah,
self.
your awareness of self, self-discipline, self-control, mastery of self. And if you look at everything about the Enlightenment age and why they call it Luciferian, the harbinger of light, Lucifer actually allowed us to gain knowledge, right? Because God wanted us naked and dumb. Lucifer convinced Eve to eat from the fruit of knowledge. Knowledge is about self growth, right? And that exercise of becoming aware of self takes away control from the state, right? Religion, especially Christianity, you would not acknowledge your hard work, your drive, your desire, your intensity. I had a stroke. I'm not supposed to be walking or doing anything. I walk, I drive, I train dogs, I climb, I do everything because I did not listen to what nobody said. When people see me and they go, thank God. Now I'm more comfortable and say, yeah, man, thank God. But in the beginning, I was furious. You know how hard I worked day in, day out, just to get that feeling. And then all the work to get physically strong again. Like, I did that by myself. I don't believe in no damn God. How you giving credit to someone else outside of me? Now, and then I realized everybody does it. It takes away your own power, your own agency, right? Religion, Jesus Christ, pray to God. I ain't praying to nobody. Give me a book, give me a pen. I'm going to figure this shit out. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I ain't praying for shit because prayer don't help. Prayer just wasting good, valuable time. So, and you learn it by engaging in all these things, like one of the things of wake up is the candle, burning the candle in front of the mirror. Like when you do that and you continuously focus in your own eyes, oh boy, that conversation that you have with yourself is a very intense one. Yeah, when you actually get to the point that you start to focus in your eyes, and then it's sort of like you go into your own brain, and then you're having that conversation with yourself, but you're looking straight into your own eyes. Ain't no way you lying to yourself about shit. You strip yourself down right there to complete nothingness, complete and total nothingness, and you build yourself back up right there. Right there, the conversation you're having with yourself is the one that no one can ever have with you. You cannot lie to yourself.
I had a similar experience like that when I stared in the mirror on the mushroom.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Same
that
effect.
shit was creepy as fuck.
Same
Hey,
effect.
nah, same effect. So I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So once you go through all those schools of thought, and then you really need to commit to them. Don't half-ass the shit. Commit.
Yeah.
Read the stuff, study it, go in, commit to it.
So
And then you
you're
really
kind of like validating my conclusions and on my little journey and shit. I like when it comes to the whole spirituality systems, I always said that these are just different aspects of your own nature and your own self that you got to master. These different
yeah.
deities, these different
Yeah.
attributes, they carry the different attributes of yourself.
To hear myself speak as a calm, like person, I was crazy. Why?
Right.
I'm hyperactive. I'm on the spectrum a little bit, and I'm super smart. But I'm fit like all the stuff in one bag that can go either 100% right or totally wrong. Like I'm heading a project. I'm working for the Ministry of Public Health. I am a senior policy writer. I am preparing a new piece of legislation to introduce food safety. Now, this is the level I'm working at. I'm the project leader. I got 15 guys under me. 2 of them are being assholes because I'm a rookie. I'm 28, 29, 29. Nah, 30. Just 30. I'm a hothead, bro. So we're having the meeting, and the general director's there, and Secretary General of the ministry. She's there. And I'm explaining the progress of the project, right? And I don't know if one of the individuals thought I wasn't going to just be completely honest. So I said, well, the project is stagnated here. Leslie decided that he is not taking care of his district, so I do not have the data from district number 7 to add to the overall progress report. He sits at the other end of the table. He says, I tell you already, I ain't doing your project, so you better shut up. You better shut up. That was all I needed to hear. Where I come from, that's a threat. Because if I don't shut up, that means you're going to do something. I flew around the other side of the table and hit that man so hard. Like, I could have lost my job, my whole career. Yeah, that was me. So, yeah, I needed that journey. I needed to go into me. Figure me out. Like, dude, are you crazy? And before I knew what I was doing, I was at the other end of the table. Like, bro, you cannot be this reactive. You live on a small island. You are in a prominent position. You cannot do this. But that self-realization was important, right? So you You take that exercise and develop self. Otherwise, I would have been in jail. I'd have been in jail. I don't hold my tongue. I say what I need to say. I'm in a very religious community that people, like most people, are not scientifically literate. They get offended fast. So if I would stay on that tip, I'd been in jail long time. I mean, the only 3 times I went to jail was for like putting people in a hospital. Like, there ain't no way to be going through life. Yeah, you need to chill the fuck out, dude. You need and then you learn like nobody can give me anything I don't want, right? Like you cannot. How do I allow a third party to have so much control over my existence when I pride myself on the level of self-control and discipline that I have? Like those things are contradictory, bro. You need to fix that. You need to fix that. Like you need to deal with that shit. That honesty with yourself, yeah. If you can do that, you're gonna be okay. If not, you gonna fuck up.
Well, I have a question, and this is for everybody. And I'm not a religious person at all. But what happens when you pass on and you stuck at the gates asking to speak to a manager because you've been telling people this shit was a lie the whole time? No, seriously. Those are questions that I always be having for myself. Like, none of us have passed to know if any of this shit is real for real.
That's my whole point. So who came back from the other side and told us that there's something there? And the fact that nobody came back.
No, but there has been people that have died, right? And came back, they were able to bring them back and they have these stories, but people feel like they can't believe it because they never experienced it themselves.
Near-death experiences.
It's not near death experiences.
No, it is near death because when you're dead, you're dead. So it's
No,
near
that's
death.
not true. People have died on the table and they've actually literally brought them back. So that's not true.
And the phenomena is called NDEs, near-death experiences.
I mean, I can't call it near death. Like, I mean, if you almost die. No, this is just for me, right? I'm not saying that you're wrong. But if you there's a difference between almost dying and you literally being flatlined.
Yeah, well, people are flatlined and reanimated. In the process of flatlining, there is still about three minutes of brain activity. When people are brought back within that time frame, right, it is called near-death experiences because you didn't die. These people are alive. So they were near death. So they had a brush with death. So that's why it's classified as near-death experiences. And there's studies upon studies based on my back and forth with Nepal on the same subject. I still get studies coming to me. Again, neurological processes and what they're realizing is a cultural baggage, right? So depending on your environment, community, your prior belief system is how this experience is generated. Again, it's a process of the brain. So it is going to generate experiences that are familiar to the individual.
Yeah, that's where this is where I kind of like people that they dismiss people's experiences and try to give it a scientific explanation when they themselves have never experienced it. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's wrong because if I died or I had this near death experience and these things happen to me and I come back and say, hey, listen, this is what it is. And then you got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 other people that have said the same thing. Then at what point do we stop dismissing these things?
And that is
scientific.
That is when science says, let us study this phenomenon. It's an actual phenomenon. We have documented cases. These people are reporting it saying, let's study the phenomenon. Why? Because we don't understand what's going on, right? And that's where science comes in. So instead of just having I experienced this.
Gosh, right?
What did you experience? How is that phenomenon? What's taking place? That's the scientist, right?
Yeah, I get that's the science, but I feel like the science, because it wants to explain these things that happen, they kind of take away from people's experience because they need to have an explanation for it. You
For
get
the
what I'm saying? Just like
phenomenon.
you have,
For the
just like you have
phenomenon.
these. Wait a minute. Just like you have these children that speak of their past life experiences. And when they investigate these things, these children they're absolutely not lying because these things existed before.
So I'm gonna post all those studies for you because I have the data, right? I'm gonna post them in here. You read them, do what you want with them. But that study was done in India, where reincarnation was part of these people's philosophy. I think it was a study done with 12 children. The study was repeated by what's his name? After the original dude that did the study, Guy Stevens, his underling from the Institute of Paranormal Studies, uh, headed by what's his name? I did all the research.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
So,
Sag, you're kind of like dodging what I'm saying to
no,
you.
okay. So
Now
let
hold
me get
on,
back to what you're
relax,
saying.
relax, 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 relax. Because if you have a child that's 3 years old, 4 years old, and they say, hey, you know, I used to be such and such, and I used to live such and such, and I was married to such and such, and then this happened, and I had these children, but this happened, and then they go and investigate these things, these claims, right, from this time period, and they find that this person was a real person, this person was married to this person did have X amount of children, this person did live in the military. How do you explain a 4-year-old going into such detail about this life that they would have no knowledge of because guess what? They didn't read it in the book
What's the
or
name of
their
that 4 year?
parents didn't
What's the
tell
Yeah,
them
name
or
of that
whatever.
4-year-old?
you
What's the name of
like
that
that? Isn't
4-year-old?
that
And
a
where
show?
can I
Like
find that specific study?
Yeah, they actually have a show. Actually have a show on it. They
that's
actually have a
why.
show.
So where's the study?
That's
What was
why
the child's
it's
name?
entertainment.
No, it's not entertainment.
The,
Because let me tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell you something.
So I
And
so I
y'all
asked,
may want to, y'all
can you
may
tell
not
me
want to.
what?
Hold
But I'm
on.
gonna ask you a
Y'all may
question.
not
When
want to
you gonna?
believe this story, but I got a story for you.
Okay, not a story.
I I had a set of twins almost 15 years ago. One of the twins was stillborn, right? My sister then had my niece 12 months and 12 days later. They're 12 months and 12 days apart. When she was 2.5 years old, when she was 3 years old, she saw my sister's C-section scar. And she said, Mommy, what's that? And she said, that's where I came from. And you know what my niece said to her? But when I was in your tummy, Auntie was my mommy and Ari was my brother. Now, these two kids are not siblings, they're first cousins, but they have some type of weird twin connection. She knows when something is wrong with him out of nowhere. They about to be 15 and 14 years old. Anytime something is wrong with my son, she knows. I would like for science to explain that. So you saying it's entertainment, but if Cedric has studies on it, then this thing is really happening. So you can't chalk it up to entertainment. Everything is not entertainment.
I think the closest thing that's actually true is the monks, but the thing that you're saying, I don't think that shit's true. I just think it's
Oh, so I
coincidence.
just made that up. I just sat here on this phone and made it up for
It,
the sake of conversation. Cut
it,
the shit, E.
it's
I don't have to
coincidence.
make shit up.
I
I've
said it's
told this story a
coincidence.
numerous of fucking times because it actually happened. And it happens. It happened. I don't gotta make up shit for sake of conversation. That's just stupid. I'm not a child. I'm a grown ass fucking woman.
I don't know. You kind of be believing like spookism type shit.
But
So
how is that spookism if it actually fucking happened? It's the truth. Like, come on, stop playing in my face. Don't do that. I don't have to lie to y'all. I don't have to make up shit for the sake of argument. No, I don't have to do that. I'm actually sharing something with you. And if he has studies on it, then apparently at some point these things are happening. But because science doesn't have a true explanation for it, now it becomes spookism.
So how come that's not happening to animals?
How do we know if it's happening to animals or not? Do you speak dog? Do you speak cat? Do you speak fish? Do you speak any of their languages to know if it happens to them? Like,
Bro,
let's be for real.
all I can say is when it like comes to God, like in the Bible, like they always
We know
attach
I'm
it
not
to.
talking about
I know.
God.
Shut
I've
up. Let me
never brought
finish,
God up.
man. Damn, we can hear you talk. Let me talk. People always want to use the Bible as God Almighty, as that God is the God of all the spirits. So there's things like he said, phenomenons and paranormal activities, and I'm going to add that to it, that's happening, but it has nothing to do with God or God of the Bible. And it's so mysterious and unknown. Nobody really knows if people die and they get trapped in houses or they just walking around. But there is activity that are going around. And on top of those activities, there's are actual UFOs out there that we don't even know. So on top of that, you got spiritual realm, spirituality, and you got things that's hovering over us that we don't even know what the hell them shits are. So everything is down to mysterious shit. Planets out there, motherfuckers coming. You don't know what the fuck that shit is. You inviting spirits over from a different realm.
The
You know what I'm
pushback
saying?
that a lot. I actually mentioned this pushback when I did my presentation on the PA. Is that a lot of pushback people have when it comes to science or just uh, explaining something and figuring out how something works. The problem the pushback people get is that it takes away their spiritual connection to it, their need for them to think that it's something mystified. Like like in my presentation, I talk about like Thor and the wind blowing and earthquakes and shit, and how back in the days those ancient people literally attributed those things to being gods doing something magical and supernatural. And then here comes a group of big brain people that was like, this shit is crazy. Let's figure out how this shit works. And when they figured out how that shit worked, they effectively killed that spirituality.
I think y'all moving the goalposts from my initial question, though.
So,
No, I'm not moving the goalposts. What I'm saying is that I agree with both sides of it. I agree with we don't know
Right.
what it is, one, and then I agree with it is a phenomenon. It is happening. It's a phenomenon. That part I agree with. Part two is we don't know what it is to definitively say whether it is spiritual or whatever the fuck. We can slap
Right.
whatever label we want on it, but that doesn't mean that label that's slapped on it is the right label, because the fact that it is happening, the fact that it is a phenomenon that is happening at scale, and if there are studies being done on it, that means it's something natural, because we can only study the natural world.
thank you.
That's what.
That was the point I was trying to make. I was not denying anybody's experience. The fact that people
No, you
are
wasn't. It
having.
wasn't you. It wasn't you said. I was just trying to get it out. It was this one talking about but me and him go back and forth like this all the time. So I wasn't saying that towards you.
But do y'all believe in coincidence?
So this phenomena, these phenomena of near-death experience, stories of reincarnation. Most of us, if you're honest with yourself, there was a point in time when you actually believe that you relate to things that you see. For example, when I was a kid, Arthur in the Knights of the Round Table, I used to fundamentally believe that I was one of those knights. I could relate. I could feel it in my bones. I would dream that I was one of the knights of the round table. Right? I believe that I existed in that time. Up until today, I am drawn to movies of that era, that time with swords. I love it. Doesn't mean that I reincarnated from that time. To have these presuppositions, you need to understand your philosophical ground. If you have an idea that spirit exists, that means you're in the realm of dualism, qua philosophical thought. That means you actually believe that the mind is separate from the body. Now, how do you test and quantify that position? How do you falsify it? Okay, if my essence, who am I, my personality, my soul, my being, my mind, whatever you want to call it, is separate from the brain, what would happen if we turn off the brain? Well, let's not turn off the brain. Let's physically damage the brain in such a way to see what's going to happen. And luckily, we have account on account on account that once the brain gets damaged, the personality of the individual changes. This is what led to now investigating the brain. Why? Because we realized that individuals that got severe brain damage, that it altered their personality, right? That somebody could be completely something different. When we experimented with splitting the hemispheres, we started to realize that there's all kind of confusion in these individuals. Lobotomizing individuals also altered the personality of the individual. Oh, wait a minute. There's a one-on-one correlation with brain and mind. How does that support a dualistic frame of reasoning where the mind is separate from the body? It doesn't support it, right? So now this is how
Not
you
in the
falsify
physical sense, said, but there has also been non-physical damage that has been caused to the brain through traumatic experiences, and those traumatic experiences also alter the personalities of individuals in the same way as lobotomy and stuff like that. People have gone through traumatic experiences and stopped talking and gone blind and
yeah,
gone deaf, and
alter
so
the chemical state of their mind, yeah, of their brain. Yeah, dramatically. Yeah, you're right. From traumatic experiences. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Right? So there's a one-on-one correlation with brain and personality. They're one-on-one. And the relationship is reciprocal, like my brother just explained. So based on your experiences, you can alter the brain state, which alters the personality. There's a one-on-one
what
relationship
I have
between.
found interesting in the study of the mind or the brain or whatever you call it is the group of individuals that want to live forever, and they just start doing things like mapping the brain activity, because brain waves are like fingerprints,
Yeah.
and they're trying to copy that wavelength and paste it.
Mhm.
I'm using crude language, copy and
Yeah.
paste to a computer chip, or you know what I mean,
Yeah.
and trying to see if they're gonna
Downloading the
copy
neural
if they can
network. Yeah.
copy and paste the minds.
Yeah, downloading the neural network and to reproduce the mind. Yeah, yeah, that's where what's his name? What's the dude, Elon Musk? That's where his major research is happening right now.
Oh, yo, like,
No fault.
yo, I think that some people like born with like overseers power for shit.
I mean, that's
Like
possible.
high
That's,
people.
that's possible too, because there are people that are seers. There are people but this thing that I'm talking about, what I was talking about, it predominantly happens in children where they actually can describe a past life. And then when it goes to be investigated, it turns out that they gave a whole detail of a life that somebody had before them. And nobody sat there and told them, no, these is like universities are studying this thing.
And I agree. And what are the university findings telling?
I mean, I never really, they still don't understand it. Technically, because they can't, wait a minute, they can't explain it because I mean, I don't even know why this conversation would have to go as far as it's going. If your 3-year-old child came to you and said, I was such and such, or 4-year-old or 5-year-old, I was such and such. I lived in this part of the world when I was married to this person and I died this way. And you say, you know what, let me go look into this. And you can find an account of this person actually living the details that your child said to you. Then how do you question that?
So you're presupposing the authenticity of the claim. Again, that's what I'm saying.
I'm asking. Huh? I didn't hear you.
So again, these claims are made. When the research is actually done, this evidence doesn't line up. It simply doesn't.
No, I said the evidence exactly lines up.
So can you produce a study that says that? Because I can produce a study.
I'm asking you a question. There's like, wait a minute, sir. Chill out for a second.
You chill out for a second. No, you chill out. No, you chill out for a second.
Chill out for a second, because I don't want to go back and forth with you and arguing.
You chill out then. I'm speaking. You chill out. You chill out. Because you keep cutting me off when I'm in the middle of what I'm saying.
We was having a good bill. What happened?
Yeah, but you don't let me finish a sentence and you keep cutting me off and then tell me to chill out. Don't do that. Again, you're making these claims. I know the studies. I know the studies. When they do the research, these stories don't line up. 99% of them have no correlation whatsoever. There are 1 or 2 anomalous cases where a child has a particular a scar, right? Where the scar lines up with the claim that the child is making, and they can't explain that. There's that one case. So I know the studies. There's that one case that can't explain the phenomenon. The rest of all of these cases that they look at don't line up. A reincarnation accounts and of children. The study was done in India. These people have a philosophy of reincarnation within their cultures. What the studies conclude, near-death experiences, people do have them. Their interpretation of that experience correlates almost one-on-one with their own spiritual ideas or their cultural practices, right? So there are people who have no belief systems, come back and nothing, didn't experience nothing, or they talk about, it got really bright. Yeah, it got really bright, but they would not locate a quote unquote religious experience to it, or a crossing over of any type of a description like that. I mean, the studies is done. So the phenomena is real. Again, it is a brain-centered activity. And if there is no dualism, then you understand that these are activities of the mind. Hypoxia is one of the mechanisms, the deprivation of oxygen to the brain. There's also a hypothesis that a brain preservation. So when the body has a very high traumatic experience, the brain produces calming neurological signals. There are 3 or 4 hypotheses for explaining the phenomena, and they are all correlate to neural network brain activity. So if you want to continuously frame it as if there's a supernatural experience, okay, but the data doesn't line up to that. But these phenomena do exist. They happen all over the world in all different cultures.
She hung up because I wanted to ask a question too. Because my whole thing is you know, looking at it from a purposely from a skeptical perspective. It's like, there's only so many people that live in the world, right? And wh- what is the likelihood of? I'm gonna use myself for an example. You know, I was born in '79. Let's say 30 years from now, I pass away, right? So so in 2060 something, I die as a 70 something year old man, right?
Yeah.
Then a little boy is born when I die. This is, like I said, this is my hypothetical thing. A little boy is born, and when he's 6 years old, he says, "I used to be this man named Timothy," and blah 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 blah. And what's so special about me that they'll be able to track whatever he says? And me living in the modern time, it would be easier for them to be like, "Oh yeah, this dude, we got a social security number, a birthday, a wedding certificate, all of that." But now, for a person to say that they lived hundreds of years ago, what is the likelihood? I'm just asking, what is the likelihood of that person being
Zero.
being
Almost
documented to the point to where they could be tracked? And I'm just talking about some random guy. It'll be
almost zero.
it'll be different if it's like some type of prominent figure, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Likelihood, right, is almost zero. And then again, genetics has no role in this. Can I reproduce an offspring that its genetic makeup is completely this way, yet it's infused with the essence from something? How does that work? How does that mechanism work? It doesn't, right? But again, and you're right. Huh? How you track down that story? How you prove that? What's
So
the evidence?
that's why I
Right?
said I use myself as an example. Like, using myself as an example, I live in a modern time to where me being just, you know, citizen number 185,200,000, you know what I mean? Just
Exactly.
random, NPC number 6,000, whatever, just random guy.
Random guy.
And
Random guy.
right, and we live in a society to where now that even as a random guy, there is a paper trail for me.
Yep.
I have a birth
Yep. And it
certificate.
would still be
I have a
impossible to
driver's license
pinpoint.
number. Huh?
And it would still be impossible to connect that child to you specifically.
Well, it wouldn't be impossible if the child knew, like she said, the example she gave is that she used the names of spouses, and the date of death and all of that. So that's what made her
And the
the story she made
4-year-old child,
remarkable.
the 4-year-old child is coming to you with awareness of being married, death, but all this within the frame of a 4-year-old child, right?
Right,
A lot of
would be and that phenomenon would be remarkable. But like I said, using myself as an example, I can see the probability of it because if this phenomenon happens, and they would be able to track me because I live in a time in society where random guy number 8,000,004 is I have a paper trail.
yeah,
But what's the likelihood for a person to say I lived 100 years ago, and then now they're able to take that I say as a 4-year-old child, and then find random guy whatever from 100 years ago. That's makes it even
yeah.
less likely.
Yeah, one of the prerequisites is that you're usually was somebody famous, right? One of the prerequisites. And when they look at the evidence for these children, what they found also is a lot of parent coaching, right? So a parent who believes this stuff, their child come to them and they enforce it and they have the conversation and they solidify the idea by means of coaching, right? A lot of these phenomena has been studied. It is a natural, it's a natural aspect of children because of vivid imagination. Usually it's from something they watched on TV, right? And they make this connection in their imagination. And usually they have elaborate explanations. Come back 2 or 3 years later, these same children have no recollection of even having those thoughts. Like the studies have been done. So when you get up here and you give me this whole story, when I know, okay, there's this one particular case with the star that there's a correlation that they can't specifically explain. The rest of these cases, they have them documented. They know exactly how, and they've been debunked. Right? None of this is true. Stevens did the study in India with the reincarnation. And what you looked at, the study in India had a higher degree of claims of reincarnation because it's part of their culture. In the West, when they redid the study, they found maybe 3 individuals who made such a claim out of hundreds of kids. Like these phenomena are being studied because they are claims people make, and if it's claims people being made, it's a phenomena, and science is going to study the phenomena. If there's a mechanism there, we will discover it. And if there's not, then there's not.
Well, that I can't let you. That's too much of a statement of certainty. Because if there's a mechanism there, there's no telling if it gets discovered or not. You know,
Yeah, well,
maybe.
that's right. But science will. That is the endeavor of science. I mean, science doesn't care for the things we've already understood. That's boring. Science operates in the unknown, where these phenomena are happening that we can't yet explain. That's where science is. What we do is regurgitate established information, right? Or we take the known science and we apply it to technology. But science itself is operating in the unknown. It is bringing the unknown into the known. So these phenomena where we can't explain, that's where science is doing its most valuable work.
All right. And I'm gonna say the same thing to you that I said to her the last time we had. She and I had a similar conversation with this. Is I had told her that the mechanism of science itself isn't what's biased. It's the human beings that perform this the science that apply their biases, which is why if there's a peer review consensus, a whole nother scientist can come in that went to university just like everyone else, has the same training and as everyone else, and come in and bring in a new idea, new concept, new theory, and it and even though there is validity to it, the consensus will reject it because of per, their personal bias. I'm not going to let this new guy come knock my name out of the history book. So since things like that happen in science, that's to
So
me that's the disservice
explain the
that
peer
happens in
review
science.
process. Explain the peer review process.
Peer review is what someone writes a paper, they read the paper, they try to falsify the paper, they conduct the same experiment, they go over it's what you call it. I don't know the whole ins and outs, but then a committee still comes together, and whether or not they agree, because that's the thing. But that's the thing I'm saying is that me as a natural skeptic, I don't overlook the human element because the human element could be that this entire committee does go over this person's work. It does uh, pass the test. That it's proven, and then those people, the human element says, "I'm not going to let this person come and knock my name out
Does
of the history
science
book."
try to prove their position or their hypothesis right, or they try to discredit their hypothesis?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that d- I'm
So
talking about the
which
human
is it?
element.
Which is it? So I'm engaging in a scientific process, right? And I understand what science means, and it is the tool to deal exactly with those biases. So I have this idea. Do I try to prove this idea right, or do I try to dismantle this idea by proving it wrong?
right, and that's the human element I'm talking about. I'm
What
talking
does
about
science do? Which
no,
one does science do?
the process of science wants to prove it to be true or falsified.
No,
I'm talking
no.
about the human element.
Okay,
The
so
human
now,
element is I am a jealous person, and since I'm jealous of scientist Robert Roberts, and I don't want his, I'm jealous of him, and I'm in a position of power. So since I'm in a position of power, I'm gonna put Roberts papers at the bottom of this. I'm going to
so
push him to the side. I'm going to ignore and Dr. Robert Roberts could be 100% right, but I don't care because I am jealous of Robert Roberts. So I'm going to stifle his science that is correct because the science is not what's biased. It's me, the human element, that has the bias that stifles science. That's what I
so
was
that
explaining to
I
her.
asked you to explain to me the peer review process for a specific reason. Because the process is blind. You don't know that Robert Roberts did this experiment. You don't know that it's Robert Roberts who submitted his paper. Science operates on proving my shit wrong. I am going to design my experiments that in a way that if I am wrong, this is going to be the outcome. I am falsifying my position. We do not try and prove our position correct. We go through the process of proving it wrong. The peer review process happens blind. It's the data that is analyzed, scrutinized, and your methodology. The individual name who submitted the paper is never part of the peer review process. Science has built in these correction and these protection because they
Oh
understand
man,
human bias.
see, light fell off the call because it's a woman. I can't remember her name, but she discovered something. I think she's an anthropologist or an archaeologist, and she discovered something, and she dated it back using the system that was put in place. You know, when you go down this far into the settlement, this amount of sediment is this era. This amount of sediment is that era. This amount of sediment is this era. And so, using that process, she determined that something that was a human settlement was like 300,000 years old. And when they went and peer reviewed her paper, they said you have to take off a zero because that disrupts Darwin's theory. So if it was a, so if it's really about falsifying it, why would they say everything else is right, but you had to have done something wrong here because these numbers disrupt Darwin's theory. We don't want to disrupt the consensus of Darwin's theory. But if the whole argument is that it's about falsifying, right? Why wouldn't her discovery falsify Darwin? Why would Darwin automatically be seen as the standard? Why wouldn't they say, well, maybe we have to go back and re-examine Darwin? You see what I'm saying?
So the peer review process, you don't want to talk about you're not understanding the peer review process. You
No,
skip
no,
over that
I
and you
understand
come
what you're
back
saying. That
with it.
no,
So
no, I
now,
get that.
how does
I,
the claim you just make add up to the peer review process? Explain to me. Explain it to me.
no,
How does what you just say conform to the peer review process? Go ahead. Line them up.
I am not trying to line it up to the peer review process. My whole
So
position.
if you
Hang
can't
on,
line it up to the peer review
hang on.
process, what would I do with the statement that you made? Since you
My whole
can't line
position
up what
said,
you just said to the peer review process, why would I entertain what you're saying?
because my position, as I stated in the beginning, is the
Okay.
human element. The human element,
So, so again, you
the
do
peer
not
review system
understand
is
with
the
the peer
science.
review process and you do not
No,
understand the scientific process. What does the
okay,
scientific process do?
so
It
okay, it's
eliminates human
designed.
bias.
Right. So if that was the case,
Good. So now,
so if
how
that was the
does
case,
it eliminate human bias? How?
it illuminate that by falsifying, like you said, that they submit the things blind or whatever. But that doesn't negate what I asked. It why for this particular I wish Light was on the call because she the one hit me to it. Why in the case of this woman that you like I
Which
said,
woman? Which woman? Which woman? Which
I
study?
can't
Come on.
remember her name.
Find
She's an
it. Find
archaeologist.
it.
She's an
Find
archaeologist.
find the study
can't remember her
that
name.
you're
It's an
talking about?
archaeologist.
Because I don't believe you.
It's an archaeologist.
So I don't believe you though.
What's the
Because
lady?
right now you're arguing a point to undermine the scientific process with a claim
No,
isn't
I'm
warranted. So I
I
do not believe you.
again.
You could use
Give
No,
Bruce.
me,
said my
give me,
original
what?
statement. I don't know
I
if you heard
don't
me the
believe
first
you.
time or
Source
not.
up.
Hang
Source
on.
up. That
The
because you
the
do not
very first
understand this.
statement I
You
made
do
said
not.
was that
You're
the
saying
science
that
itself
because you do not understand the
said
scientific process.
said
Timotheus.
So if you say it 10 times
I don't want. I'm
and
trying not to.
repeat it
I let
10
you speak.
times,
Said I'm trying to be respectful right now. Said So what I said. My original statement is that the science, the system, the mechanism of science itself has no bias. Full stop. Where the bias comes in is the human element. And then I proceeded to give examples of how humans are have bias, not how science has bias. But somehow you got that crossed.
so again, I understood everything you said. When you make certain statements, it indicates your understanding. When you say something, someone else that is listening to you knows or can deduce what you understand and what you don't. If I say you need to run 1,000 miles every day to be able to walk or to ride a bike, you know, well, what are you talking about? It makes no sense. You understand the scientific process. It is designed, structured around eliminating human bias. Human bias would be to confirm my experiment right. Science is designed to falsify your process. There is the human element is eliminated. The data speaks. Peer
So
review process. Okay, cut me off. Go ahead.
now I was just going to say that to his point, Bruce Lipton is an example of somebody that happened to, because when they were pushing the
He's a fucking
human
pseudo.
genome
Because
and
he's
that
a fucking pseudo.
genes
Because he's a
control
fucking
your
pseudo.
biology, that it came out to be untrue after they first told him that his research was false. And they continue with the Human Genome Project because they had billions of dollars funnel into it. So they kept that promoting that idea until it fell apart. And then they fell back on Bruce Lipton's idea that your genes don't create your future, that your environment controls your genes. So that's an example right there of science. Well, not science betraying the people, but the people betraying science.
You mean Bruce Lipton's nonsense and abuse and miscommunication about epigenetics? Like, come on, man. Like,
so you're trying to say that his research is
trying
not
to
being
say-
used today?
But I said what I said. I ain't trying to say nothing. Don't put words in my mouth.
Cedric,
If you don't understand what I say, ask me to
Cedric,
repeat myself.
I don't understand nothing you're saying.
hold on, Cedric.
I know that.
Are in the science community, are they blackballing other scientists that comes up with a different idea?
Yes.
Well, listen, you can come up with whatever idea you want, bro. Does it meet the rigor? Yes or no? No, then fuck off. Simple. I didn't care about your feelings. What does your data say? Lipton is a fucking quack.
Yeah, okay.
But again, you would have to be scientifically grounded to know the bullshit that he's saying.
So when they came out and said that your genes control your destiny and that the genes are in control, wasn't that said to be true at the time?
There's some truth to that, because genetics are predestined, wired up to make what you will be in the future. I agree with that.
But it's not true. It's
That
been
is
debunked.
true.
No,
Your
it's
genes
not.
determine that you get 6 foot. No, they don't do
Yeah,
that.
that's why you inherit
When you
genes.
meditate and you eat good bush, you can get to 6'6", but just by believing it.
Who said
But
that?
eating genes that you inherit is already predestined in you, brother. You see what I'm saying?
Like what?
Like if I have genes that's hereditary
Don't
to
answer that
loss of
silly
hair,
question. Your
loss
genes.
of hair.
It is your genes.
That's not
It
true.
is your genes. Which aspect of your existence is
That's
in
not
control by your genes? Which? How do you exist without them?
Your genes are a blueprint. Your genes are a blueprint that's being
Anyway,
read. They're not in control of anything.
The conversation has
The
gone from dumb to
genetics
dumb.
does control everything. It
Huh?
controls how you're wired to be when you grow up. If you have autism, that means your genetics was wired, you predestined before you was born to be autistic.
That's not
So it's
true.
predestiny. Genetics deal with predestiny. That's facts.
That's not true at all.
Autism is part of evolution, and we're all on the spectrum. Now that's a fact. You can go look that up in your scientific journals.
But
And, like, don't be coming in here trying to drop the mic. Shit.
what does any of that have to do with humans, like these institutions being in control of the flow of information?
Right, because
I don't
what was
know.
the like? Do you remember the lady's name? 'Cause the lady that discovered that human settlement, and she went and
Oh,
had it.
Virginia Steele McIntyre.
There you go. There you go, Sid.
Said left.
I'll say it left.
Yeah, that's
Because
what he was.
my whole thing is that and that what we just witnessed now was said is like evidence of people that would make the claim that certain individuals worship science like religion
Oh, the
because
Church of Darwin.
the, well not well the scientism period
Well,
because
that's what we called it now, the Church of
yeah,
Darwin.
well because I was telling Sid like I was telling him about that lady. I just couldn't remember her name, and I'm like, she's an anthropologist or archaeologist. I can't remember which one, but she went to school and did what she had to do. Learned at university with everybody else. She's versed in it, and she used the system that science put in place. When you're digging into settlement, this layer is this era. This settlement is that era. This settlement is that era. And she found an artifact that was human made and based on the zone that she found it in, she dated it to be 300,000. And they told her, we accept everything else in your paper except for that.
And
Because,
she wasn't the only one though at that same site. It was a couple of them together.
right. And I'm like, so if it's truly about falsifying it, why would they say she was wrong instead of saying theory work?
You know what it is? Is these niggas base their life off of this shit. You feel me? So it's like if any light gets shown on it that it could be wrong or it could be falsified or manipulated, they gotta defend that because everything that they stand on is structured around what they saying. You feel me? Like
Yeah. I mean, just like just now, while I got off the phone because I didn't want to disrupt the call, I hung up because I'm saying that the information is being verified from these children that are 3-4 years old of them speaking about these past lives, and they go and they investigate these cases, and these kids are not lying. They have it down to the T, and you tried to say that I'm saying that they're not verified. And I just left it. That's why I just got off the call. No.
But
yeah,
like, I had to 60-40 all of that because I'm a natural skeptic. Yes. And so
Well,
a lot of that, huh?
no, I didn't say nothing. I just put a case back there. I put the doctor's credentials, and everything. This is just one case that I could come across real quick. And the story of the lady. She's one of the most notable cases of reincarnation that they could actually prove. This is old. There's some that's current, but I just didn't. I was gonna go from old to current, but I was like, let me just put that in there. So I put everything in the bag because like nobody's making this stuff up. And because science can't explain these things that's happening, they want to make it like, oh, they got an imagination. But you can't have an imagination if I tell you, if this kid is telling you I was this person This was my wife. These were my kids. I lived here. We ate this for dinner. I died this way. And you go look into it, and all of these things happen from A to Z.
Right.
Because
And
science
that's
can't
where
explain
that's
it,
where my
then it's a lie.
that's where my skepticism came in, because Sid pulled up something. He was like, he found the one case, but he was saying that that was the one and only verified case out of all of these people, and most of
Oh
these
no, it's
cases.
way more.
Right. But my whole thing was like, I gave an example based on my own skepticism. Like if I was to use myself for an example, like at 70 something years old, I die in the year 2060 something. You know what I mean? Well, 2050 something. And 20 years later, a kid is born, and that kid, turns 4 or 5, and it's like, well, I used to be, my name was Timotheus. I was married to such and such and such and such. Like, I live in a time to where that's easier to verify, because I live in a time to where me being random guy, number, citizen, how many numbers is on our fucking social security number? You see what I'm saying? Like that's how many motherfuckers that there are. And we live in a time to where, yes, they would be able to track me because of the census, my having an ID number, having a whole paper trail throughout my entire life. But trying to verify a person that lived hundreds of years ago, that's a little less plausible to me. Like I said, in my own skepticism, like this person lived hundreds of years ago, and this person was just so happen to be was random guy special enough to have a paper trail. Now, a famous person or a celebrity or something, I can see that.
Yeah, but these are not people that have lived hundreds of years ago. These is people. So say a 2-year-old is talking about, I died maybe 15 years ago on this date, but I was born on this date, right? And they can give a map out that whole life. That's stuff that you can go and investigate. So it's not like it's hundreds of years ago. Like I'm saying, I was born in 1974, and I'm talking about 1774. You feel what I'm saying? No, it's not that far back. It's never really that far back in the cases. But because science can't explain it, and they don't, they like, oh, we don't understand it. So now these kids are just making shit up. But there are cases where they went and actually verified what these kids were saying. And it's like a certain age range where they start talking about, yeah, in my house, we used to do this. And in my house, we used to, like, I used to wear this. Like, come on, bro. Like, we can't. Science has a way of dismissing things when they can't explain it.
Right. One thing I will add, though, that from a Christian standpoint, and it's it's a touchy subject, I know, but from the sounds of it, I'm hearing it's a touchy subject. But from a Christian standpoint, there's the idea that demonic entities could give you false impressions of past lives. Like a lot of Christian pastors and stuff preach against all this past life stuff, and they say it's demons giving you the experiences of somebody else telling you that was you and stuff, and it really wasn't.
Okay, well,
but the demons would have knowledge of all the stuff, how this person died and everything else, because the demons are eternal and they been watching humanity since the beginning of time.
But so even if we go with that, Neo, right? Where even if we go with that, even if that's the case, the kid saying a child, a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old saying, listen, this happened to me such and such a time, and then you as a parent or whatever, you go and investigate it, or you get some people to go investigate it, and it comes out to be a true story, then science still can't dismiss it, because guess what? Just because they don't understand it.
Right, but that's
Right.
what even I said that and said agreed with it that the phenomenon happening is not and it isn't ignored if they conduct a study. The study is just them trying to understand the phenomenon. It's not
But
saying that it isn't happening.
right, but if they can't understand it, you have people like said who tries to scientifically explain it, but you can't because they don't know. The people, the head authority of the science world that is saying these things, they don't understand it. So since they don't understand it, they just chalk it up to a dream or this or that until it's actually proven, and they still can't explain it. So because science can't explain it, it didn't happen. Like this shit is weird to me. Like I don't get it. They like to dismiss people's claims once they can't come up with a scientific explanation for it. Oh, you
Right.
made that up. Man, that shit is weird to me. Like I don't. And
Well,
there's
that's what
people
we
who have.
expect him to do, though.
Well, that's what we would. I think people who actually think outside the box can do, but those who are just so wrapped up and caught up in it, they can't do it. It doesn't work for them like that. You become the
No, I
crazy
said that's what
person.
we expect him to do.
Oh, okay.
Like,
There's
if y'all
people in
don't
this.
know said, do that by now. I mean, you don't know said.
Well, I mean, and I was trying to have the dialogue with him, but when he switched my words around and then wouldn't let me correct him on it, I just was like, you know what? Because we having a decent dialogue here. Let me just hop off for a minute and then come back because it was like, come on, bro. And then you got EMAC over here talking about you like spookism. It's not spookism. You have many people in the world. There's so many things that people in the world from all over the world have expressed has happened to them. And because science can't explain it, it just didn't happen.
I was watching this lecture this professor was giving, and he was talking about people coming up with inventions or ideas to solve problems, and he was saying that in any invention that we ever had or any equation that was solved, that none of it was done using the scientific method. You feel me? He was saying that the scientific method was used after an idea or a dream was.
Oh,
You feel
wow.
me? And his question was, if somebody didn't understand the scientific method to explain what they just experienced, would that automatically invalidate what they just experienced just because they can't explain it scientifically? You feel me? So I thought that was a deep perspective.
But
Well,
that's the thing.
a
Go
lot of the
ahead, Neil.
inventors and even scientists of ancient times, like when we come to like Ben Franklin, Einstein, and shit like that, they were all occultists. So they was absolutely believing in the spiritual world and getting divine guidance from divination, you know. So my theory, and it's just a theory, is that all of these inventions was given to them by fucking demons or some sort of spirit.
I
So,
agree too to an extent because I think that the source that we are talking about, what we accredit to God, is that infinite intelligence that we all can tap into. You feel me? So they had an idea and it came to them because they was in alignment with that. Like your brain is like a transmitter. It put out a signal, and then whatever that signal is in line with comes back to you. So if you trying to figure out something, And that's what you concentrating on all day long, every day. You're putting out that energy, and it's going to come to you, whether it's a dream or a sign that you got to put together, and you only can see it because that's where your brain is at. You feel me? And other people won't get it.
People won't understand it. That's like we talk about these downloads, Neo. You know what I mean? Only people who experience
Right.
downloads will understand. But other people who've never experienced it, they'll say you crazy, you a quack. Because you can't explain how you know these things.
And a lot of that too could be
Somebody got to go on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was.
I was gonna say a lot of that too could be attributed to our loss of language. You know what I mean? And not having the word to express what you're going through or what you're experiencing. You know what I'm saying? It's this book called Yorubu, and it talk about how Europeans' worldview is it has infected the rest of the world. So like not even like just saying you believe white supremacist ideas or models for the world, but just your problem solving and like the way you process information, you feel me, is structured through the way they see the world. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of our experiences go unnoticed or unexplained, you know what I'm saying, or ignored because we don't got the words to explain it.
I think that kind of goes back to Malcolm X telling us that they have giving us their minds.
Sure.
And then when we think on another frequency that taps into who we are as a person, not even as a people, but as an individual, then you become the crazy one.
But what he just said, I don't know who was just talking. I can't make out the voice.
It's Lord Benu.
Oh, okay, Lord, but no, okay. What you were just saying, you can like, but you can make that same notion with emotions. Like you can experience something and have a feeling that you can't explain. You can't find the words to it. That don't mean
Right.
that experience you had didn't exist. And science will never say that emotions are not real.
Right.
If you can't explain the emotion, just because you can't explain the emotion you felt, doesn't mean you didn't feel anything at all.
Right. So then that's like saying we got every emotion categorized already. You feel me? Like there is no emotions outside of these categories. And like, how do you know that? And who told us that?
And then you got to understand that this whole atheistic approach to science is new. You know, I was just saying that most of these people were occultists and part of secret societies and all kind of shit. You know, you can see symbolism and stuff in their portraits or whatever to let you know this. You know, these niggas, poets holding skulls and shit like that. You know, like when they taking a portrait, that skull is letting you know that they using that for divination. And you know, it was very much a theistic thing. So this new atheistic separation of church and state, I think it happened in America. I don't think science was atheistic even in Europe, you know, in like the 1400s, the 1300s, the 1200s. I don't think science was atheistic at that point.
It wasn't even further back then. I think it might have been atheistic at that time because when was Copernicus? You know what I'm saying? Copernicus was like when they still was rocking with science, but when science went against the word, that's when it was considered heresy.
Right. Right. But that's when science went against the word. So it was like still okay to be into science. Science wasn't excluded from God. Science was understanding the things that God was doing, understanding the universe God created. That's how they approached it back then, you know.
I was reading a science book. My bad, go ahead, Dean.
And and then once they felt like they started understanding how nature worked, they started trying to exclude God out of the equation at that point. Science at first was trying to understand and know God, know who the creator is, know how we got here. That's what they was trying to figure out, and then it just became like, since we know this much, how about we just prove that it didn't know God? I don't know who came up with that notion, but they was powered by the devil.
And I was gonna say I seen a science book like from probably like the 18. I don't remember where it was from, but I know it was an old science book. But they was talking about the firmament as far as the world, and like they had Bible verses in the science book, and I thought that was strange. I was like, damn. Because when I went to school, they was pushing this whole thing of separation of church and state, and to have like a official science book that actually have Bible quotes in it and was referencing the creator, and you know what I'm saying? I thought that was real interesting.
Well, I had mentioned earlier on the call, I don't know if you was on the call before, but at some point, when science started to, people had religious faith, and when they were deifying natural things, and then here comes these group of men, because that everything was attributed to a god: the ocean, the wind, the thunder, the light, all of that. And once man was able to explain it, it did away with this idea of God, and I think that's what a lot of people push back against. Hold on, I gotta talk to somebody.
Right, I can go in and reverse engineer, the electrical circuits in the house. And then when I finally understand how the wiring work and everything like that, that don't mean there wasn't an electrician that wired this shit up. I'm just now understanding what he did, but he still did it. And that's the flaw in science. What you were saying, Tony?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, these people actually destroy to find out these things. Like, and nobody really ever looks at that, right? They go in and kill animals so that they can use them for experiments. Everything that they do is against nature.
Right, they killed humans. They
Right.
experimented on humans.
Right. So everything is against nature. And it's like, how do you allow them to be the authority when everything they do is against nature?
They really white supremacists. And I tell what's his name that just ran off the call, the Lion Dutchman, I tell him that all the time, you subconsciously support and push white supremacy, no matter how much you say, oh, I'm for this, I'm for that. Like, no, your ideas and the way you, like, you should hear them talk about Black Americans sometimes, bro. It's crazy.
He got an old school Camaro. That bitch sick. Prop top SS. Like a 60 something.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, this shit it's literally a religion right now within this conscious community.
And then another thing that goes along with the science and the rigorous testing and the opposition is sometimes when the scientists and the right when they're doing stuff, you might not have another scientist to give you any opposition, or maybe the guy that was leading the opposition against you is dying off. So your stuff stands up strong because you ain't had nobody even go up against you.
Well,
Silky,
mostly
do
the
you
people
believe in
that
God, Silky, or spiritual shit?
I guess so.
I guess so. Which one is it now, nigga? Do
most
you
of the
or do you
people
don't?
You gonna ask me this? Do your ass?
Huh?
I believe in somewhat of an intelligent design.
well, most of the people who have who are in
I don't know who
opposition
the
of
designer is, but it's definitely somebody that has an intricate web of design, cause and effect, relativity.
But
Okay,
I
well,
was
you
trying
would
to
be
say,
more of a deist. My bad, Tony. Go ahead.
no, what I was trying to say that the people who are in opposition to most of the mainstream academia and science, those are the people who get their careers destroyed. And nobody ever looks at their work. Nobody ever looks at their work because their work is considered pseudo. But if you actually look at their work, it really most of the time makes more sense.
Yeah. It makes more sense to the spiritually minded, at least.
Well, it's just like and it gets weird.
Like
Like,
to an atheist, what I just said about Ben Franklin being an occultist and got all his inventions from divination, that sounds pseudo to them. Sounds like I made that up. No way.
Well, what I was gonna say is that
It sounds made up because you don't know that.
and that's what I was gonna say. What you do and don't know about something so make something sound pseudo. Like for like when you talking about something that's what Sid was trying to explain to me in the argument he was making about the peer review is that if I didn't have a science background completely, then I wouldn't be able to navigate or understand positions that are made from a scientific standpoint. And I could understand that to a degree. Like me and Neo having an understanding of the theory of music and how it works, we can have a more in-depth, detailed conversation about music than the common listener. So because we have an understanding of the inner workings, that don't mean somebody that's listening to it don't know what the fuck they hearing though.
Yeah, and that's like
They
like people that
they
make
just may
beats.
not be able to explain it thoroughly, but that don't mean they don't have an understanding of what the fuck they hear.
And like people that make beats, right? Like you say, you and Neo understand music and like how to compose music, but somebody that just know what they hearing and is in tune with a rhythm, you feel me? They can make beats, but they don't have no schooling and they can't tell you uh strategically or scientifically what they did. You feel me? But when it come out, it's hot. You feel me? But they just know what they hearing. They don't know the technical jargon or the, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? That don't
Like I
negate.
can hear some shit. I can hear some shit and be like, "Oh man, I love how you use that suspended third, and then you resolve the suspended third into a major seven, and that progression. And that motherfucker, I don't know what the fuck you saying. Like,
Right.
oh yeah, you put them eighth notes together, and that arpeggio. Like if you don't understand the science of music, I'm speaking Chinese right now. But that don't mean that person that made that beat don't know what the fuck they was doing.
When I was studying under this dude, and when he was giving me the lessons, like before he gave me the lessons, he was like, "Yo, what I'm about to teach you, you do every day. You feel me? You just not conscious of that's what you're doing. You feel me?" And then once he showed me what I was doing in accordance to what he was trying to show me, I'm like, damn, it worked. You feel me? Because I'm actually doing it every day. I just wasn't looking at it like that. You feel me?
Sometimes, like I speaking from my own personal experience, sometimes learning shit your own way can fuck you up in the long run. Like I taught myself how to play piano. So when I became a teenager and my mother put me in piano class, I had 4 lessons. It was 1 lesson a week. And the Asian lady basically told me that I was holding my hands completely the fuck wrong. And I would have to basically start over from the beginning in order to learn the proper formations and everything. And she was saying, but the shit you doing now, I can't do because you holding your hands wrong. You're playing shit that your fingers are reaching shit that other motherfuckers' fingers can't reach and shit. She's like, for me to teach you, you would have to unlearn what you taught yourself. She's like, but you already know how to play, so fuck it. She's like, it's up to you. She was like, it's up to you. You want to come back next week and, you know, start from Mary Had a Little Lamb? You know, then come on.
Right. And then even
like, it never went back. I never all I did was, because when she gave me the book had the theory in it. So I was like, shit, I could just buy the book and understand. And I already had an understanding of music theory at its base form from playing the trumpet in the school band from the 5th grade.
Hold on, Tim. We don't want to get caught up on no damn music. Hold on. Let me hit you with drop some info though. So this one, I got a definition. Is fringe science. Fringe science so this is the definition of fringe science. Fringe science refers to highly speculative, unorthodox, or minority theories that exist at the outer boundaries of established academic disciplines. While often dismissed by the mainstream, it differs from pseudoscience by generally adhering to the scientific method. It often explores, questions, or challenges established scientific consensus on scientific method. Key aspects of the fringe science. Scientific method. Unlike pseudoscience, fringe science usually attempts to use scientific methods such as observation and experimentation, but operates with limited data, resources, or mainstream support.
Right. So an example of that is the standard the standard model of the universe versus the fringe model of the plasma universe. Both of them are built from the scientific method, the whole nine. They both, you know, the only difference is one is widely accepted, and one isn't. And that was the point I was making earlier to say, like, one is, you know, one has the human bias in it. One has the human bias of it. I'm not gonna let you erase me from the history books. The example of the ladies now, I forgot the lady McIntyre, the lady that Light was talking about, that used the scientific method to excavate some stuff. And you know, the scientific method said, well, this layer is called whatever this layer is called. It dates back from this year to that year. This layer is called this era. That layer is called this era. So she found an artifact in one of the eras that date back 300,000 years. And when she looked at that shit, they was like, we fuck with everything else in the paper except for this one part. You have to take off the zero because it disrupts Darwin theory. Instead claim that science was really about falsifying shit. Why wasn't it said that we agree with everything and maybe we need to reevaluate Darwin's theory? It wasn't that. It was, no, Darwin said this, so this is what it is. Well, and science is really about falsifying information. Her discovery falsifies Darwin. So if the science is really non-biased like that, then that's what should have happened. The science should have led those scientists to say, well, maybe we have to go reevaluate Darwin. That's not what they did. They said Darwin is the standard. If it don't fit with Darwin, it's wrong.
Right.
They said not only did they say if it don't fit with Darwin is right. Now we're gonna send armed guards to remove you from this site because you coming up with some shit that we ain't ready to explain or rewrite history about.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. And by doing that, that goes back to like I said, that was the human part. I kept saying, like, these people don't want their names erased from history because now here's a whole family that now loses their fortune because these universities are gonna start taking names off of buildings. You know what I'm saying? Textbooks are gonna now be void. And you know how much, and just from a logistical standpoint, like how much money would that cost these universities that these scientists work for that write their paychecks. So I'm gonna. How would it make sense from, like I said, this is the human element, not the science. From the human element, why would it make sense for me to verify something that's gonna put me out of a job and now I can't support my family? No, man, get out of here with that shit.
All right, so
Oh,
these are three organizations that it says that Ben Franklin was a part of, a member of. And the first one, it says the Juneau Leather Apron Club, a secret society Franklin founded in 1727 for mutual improvement, where members discuss moral politics and philosophy. Then he was a Freemason. He was a prominent Freemason for 60 years, serving as Grand Master of Pennsylvania and even printing the first Masonic book in the American colonies, which, if you're a Freemason, you're a part of the craft. You figure out what the craft means. All right. He was also part of the Lodge of Nine Sisters. While in France, he led this influential lodge, which included thinkers like Voltaire, and was deeply involved in Enlightenment politics. Enlightenment. So, yeah. These niggas
Voltaire.
was occultists.
Yeah, Voltaire. He the one that one of hit Voltaire's quotes is that perfect is the enemy of good. That's Voltaire, and that's philosophy, and that
Yep.
makes perfect fucking sense to me.
The challenge to that information was not whether or not he was an occultist or practiced whatever people call a cult. It was whether or not the inventions came from some type of demonic or unknown spirit that I was saying was unknown.
Well, yeah, I wasn't making a claim that that was historical or recorded anywhere. I was just
But that's
saying,
what you.
if you're in,
That's what you said.
no, that's not what I said. That's what you took from what I said. What I said was
Okay, so what did
these
you say?
people were occultists, and being that they're occultists, they were, you know, getting their information from
They
demons.
were getting
That's
their information from demons. That's what I just said. And you said, and when you say that, it's
if you
considered.
want to understand.
People think that you're making it up, and then I said it sounds made up because no one knows that. And the part that I was talking about was whether or not the information came from demons.
Gotcha, gotcha. Well, you didn't specify that, so I thought you were saying I made up that they were occultists. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not what I was talking about.
Well, most of the top occultists that we really know about, that they deal with the spirit realm, and all of these other things. That's Madame
Yeah,
Blavatsky.
I know,
Yeah,
but
I know.
I was
I
just
know what you're
specifying
saying.
that. I was just specifying that I wasn't saying it was historically documented where he said that he got it from demons. That was me coming to that conclusion, being that they were occultists. And yes, I agree with you. Most occultists do all that shit. Like, that's why I came to that conclusion. These niggas talk to fucking dead human skulls. It wasn't just a one-way communication with these skulls either. But yeah, that's speculation, I guess.
Yeah, I think where me and said uh, had a difference of opinion is that my perspective wasn't one sided. Like, because, like I said, the process of the scientific method is not biased at all. And and what he said was absolutely true. It's designed in order for there not to be biases, but that does not mean that there isn't biases. That people are not going to be biased. The human element. He was just like, no, you don't understand that shit. I'm like, look, dude, I'm just talking about the human part. People are people don't give a fuck what the science say. People gonna be people.
But that be my point a lot. Like it ain't the science that's biased. It's like you said, it's the people. Listen, we not gonna go against this. Because like you said, now we got to start taking names off buildings because we found out that your shit wasn't correct.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Now we pull it. Now we gonna pull this person's funding, and now this person's funding is pulled. Not only is they funding pulled, but now their reputation is destroyed. They can't go fucking nowhere else and be a scientist, and now they got to go teach high school science and shit. And like, come on, man.
If they not disgraced in the science community, because you know that's when they gonna start turning their backs on them. Like, hell no, nah, you can't come over here with that.
Huh?
Your family been lying for 125
No,
years.
when?
Move.
Okay, so this will be the last
Don't
service.
be yelling at them
Okay.
babies like that.
They yelling at me. These niggas mad. I've been gone all day.
Okay. Well, I was gonna just. Is there hang on. Is there a dumpster on site? Then I can just throw these away now.
Cause yeah, I mean, you know, I feel like people aren't really looking at it the way they should really be looking at it. That's why I said, do they question the scientists or the people who say, okay, this is what we're gonna run with? They don't ever question these people. They just say, oh, okay, this is what happened.
Stop.
Oh, because they
Hey,
use the
check this
scientific
out.
method. Well, who knows if they did? Who knows that they just didn't say they used the scientific method?
Well, let's go over an example. So I got an example for us that we can go over. So I'd like to present to y'all the whale that evolved from a four-legged mammal. So they say the blue whale, which is the biggest whale, one of the huge. They say that whale used to be the size of a German Shepherd or a golden retriever, and he used to walk on land. So let's just read it real quick. So that's coming from Natural History Museum, PBS, and what else we got? CBS, YouTube, Kiel University. So let's get into it.
I like the way Neo breaks it down.
Whales evolved from small, four-legged land mammals into fully aquatic creatures over 10 to 15 million years ago.
Come on now.
Starting around 50 million years ago, key ancestors included dog-sized, shore-dwelling, Pachycetus, semi-aquatic Amphicalipus, the walking whale, and fully aquatic vestigial-legged Balosaurus, adapting through intermediate forms that shifted to trial, driven, swimming, and specialized feeding. So this is science. How authentic is this information?
This is where my 60-40 jump roll in, because everybody that talked to me knows that I adhere and roll with science, but only up to a point. Because with the whole dinosaur joint, the scientific method breaks down, because the whole dinosaurs and evolution and all of that is not made from any direct evidence or observation. That is made All of it is made from inference. All of it. That is that amount of
Hypotheticals
time.
and computer models.
That amount of time cannot be observed. You cannot conduct
True.
any experiments. It's all inference. If we found some bones, and then we found some bones similar to these bones, just smaller, we're gonna say that these were the babies of those. Could have been a whole other species. You can't say genetically or nothing, because fossils don't have DNA. So
But it's like we still got four-legged mammals. I
it's
mean,
100% built on inference of circumstantial evidence. we're looking. We're going to look at all these bones. We're going to look at all these bones we found, and we're looking at the similarities of these bones. And from these similarities, we infer these connections. There is no certainty in that, but it's taught as if it's certain.
Mm-hmm.
It's taught as the standard, like we was talking about with the lady Mick. What's her name? Mick what?
Mappetry.
Yeah, was the lady McAtree. Boom. I found
I
this.
don't think
I
it's
found this.
actually taught. I don't think it's taught in a certain way, like in a certainty way. I think it's learned in a certain way. Like the niggas who is the problem. The nigga who reading is the one who's overlooking. We infer because every textbook I ever read absolutely says exactly what you just said.
Right, and
They
and
don't
me and
say
you
that shit
and
is
you and
certain.
I, Neo, we've had this conversation before too. When we used to go up against people talking about science, we would go up against the we know people. Well, we know this to be true. Well, we know
Right.
this, and we know it's like, man, the book don't even say we know. The book says, and from the evidence, we conclude that this possibility, and from
It's right. It's probable. They're not saying this is what had to have happened. It never says that.
right, when we pull
Yeah,
every
so
time
let
we
me
pull up the
hold on real quick. So let me hit you with the now we'll go to the pseudoscience versus science, right?
Well,
Pseudoscience versus science, right? Science is the systematic, evidence based approach to understanding the world through testing, observation, and falsifiable hypotheses that can change with new data. Pseudoscience pseudoscience presents as scientific but relies on dogmatic, unverified, and anecdotal evidence, resisting revision despite conflicting findings.
well,
Resisting revision? What?
So that's the
Methodology.
difference. So that's the
Yeah.
difference between pseudo is that the actual science is not resistant to revision, but in the examples that we just gave, it kind of is because if you're gonna say Darwin is the standard, and then actual science is based on verified information, nothing about Darwin is verified. It is all inference. It is all inference, not verified. There is no way you can verify the transition of this animal into that animal over the course of hundreds of millions of years. It is impossible to verify that. All you can do is infer. So
Let's, I'm gonna
if you got a
let me
whole
hit you
so
with the
if
possibility
there's
real
a
quick.
whole scientific practice that's being taught, and even though it's still labeled a theory, I have to do my fair 60-40 shit. Even though it's still labeled a theory, the human element, as I've been mentioning this whole time, is teaching this theory as a scientific theory. And a scientific theory is based on the observations and all of that. This is what we conclude. It is not verified. This is what we conclude based on what we understand. So it's not verified. So if that's the case, if what said was saying earlier, how science is really built, when the McAtree lady came and said, I found this artifact, that's clearly made by human hands, and I found it in a 100,000 year zone in the settlement. If the science was going to be truly about the science, they should have said, well, maybe we have to go look at this site closely, see if we find more. If we find more in this settlement, then okay, we may have to go reevaluate and look at Darwin's theory again. If they went out there and said, oh, we only found this one artifact, possibly it fell through a chasm or something, now it's inconclusive. But that didn't happen. It was just dismissed. Darwin is the standard. Take a zero off of this shit. If not, your shit is wrong. So that's not falsifying the evidence. That's saying we're gonna take this theory that's based on inference, because you can, like, again, you can't observe, you can't conduct these experiments to verify the transition of one animal into the other. You can only infer, and that's the evidence that they're using. By these bones, we look at these bones to these bones. We're inferring that this this is a mutation from that because there is no DNA in fossils. You can't say it's a DNA thing. It's 100% inference.
Let's go a little
And
deeper.
y'all, and
Let's
like
go
I
a little
said,
deeper.
Neo
And
and
I
Light,
think
y'all know I rock with, and Neo and
Hold
Light,
on,
y'all
chill
know
out,
that I
son, real
rock with
quick.
science. Y'all know that I rock with
Yeah,
science.
hold on. We're
but I
good.
think
Let's
too,
go a little deeper.
what she found actually like it actually killed the whole like it man, listen. You know how much they had to go back and be like, we got this wrong, we got this wrong, we got this wrong. Baby, it wasn't just
Well,
stone
let's
tools
read the
and
source, y'all. Let's get to the source real quick.
elephant trunk, some of them little ivory tusk things. Yeah, it was too much for them to even have to go back
So
and
check this, y'all. This is Darwin stuff. So it says Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection was largely accurate and remains the. So now that's crazy that they're saying a guy that never really had any type of education is having this largely accurate theory of it. Let's keep reading though. So the Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection was largely accurate and remains the foundation of modern biology, though it was incomplete. It correctly identified the species change over time due to environmental pressures, but Darwin lacked knowledge of genetics, DNA genes, leading to incorrect theories about inheritance and variation. So, are they serious?
listen, you have
Poor
had
actor.
people, you have had people come out and say that during their schooling and everything, if you go against Darwin, you are committing suicide for your fucking career. Like the shit is weird. Like, how does this
Right.
stand today? How does this still stand today?
Yeah, that part, and it's like, how did he study any change? How much time how much change over time did he see for him to say he can definitively prove all this? And then, like, what all life was he looking at? What all species was he looking at? It ain't like he,
Birds, birds, birds. Look at
like
birds.
this is for the birds.
He was
It's
looking at
fundamental
birds.
logic
That's
type stuff.
he was looking at birds, Silky.
Looking at birds. And they ran with it and they took it to the monkeys. He was right about evolution. Darwin didn't even live that long. Like, what do you mean he was right? So one guy I observed for what, 50 years, 20 years, 30 years, however long he lived, he was wrong about the causes variation within species because he didn't know the origin first off. So of course he was wrong on that. He just skipped over that part. Being a restless.
And these
Political.
the we know people be like, they don't even use Darwin no more.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's kind of heavy to stand on. But him having no credentials.
Yeah, but they absolutely, but that's real. Like, and a lot of science people get upset with me because I have the position that I have. Because the position that I have is about standing on the word and standing on the facts. So yeah, I absolutely 100% agree that the method of science itself was designed purposely to not be biased. But the people that conduct science, the human element, they absolutely are capable of bias.
So check this now check this out. This is not crazy it gets, y'all. So we're talking science, right? We're talking science, and we're talking evolution. We're talking species. Guess what he goes to school for? So he did go to school, y'all. So Charles Darwin attended the University of Edinburgh for medicine. Not looking at near animal medicine, right? And then Christ College, Cambridge University, where he studied for ministry. So you went from medicine to preaching, but developed a strong interest in natural history before leaving to join the HMS Beagle
Yeah,
voyage.
well, I
He
basically,
also attended Shrewsbury School as a boy. Studied medicine, but disliked it, focusing on more. So he studied medicine, medicine ain't even like it. Studied theology to become a clergyman, but was mentored by botanist John Henslow, fueling his passion for science. A botanist, okay. I'm about to look at this for John Henslow. Check him out in a second. So this man that has no credentials in anatomy, no biology, none of that.
But
He
that,
don't know nothing
but they
about no
still,
animals. He not a
that's still,
veterinarian.
that was what said. But that's the part that said was talking about is that don't matter what field you're in, the minute you have a cohesive understanding of the scientific method, you can proclaim yourself to be a man of science.
yo, I
This
want
ain't nowhere even close to his field, though. This is like opposite of his field.
Well,
yo,
no,
I'm like,
no. You didn't understand what I just said. By having a clear and precise and profane understanding of the scientific method, you can be proclaim yourself as a man of science because you understand the scientific method, and so therefore, even though I have a background in medicine, I still know the scientific method. So if I do an experiment outside of medicine, it still adheres and conforms to the scientific method, therefore making my experiment a valid and verified scientific experiment because it's held to this standard.
so I want to challenge
yeah.
something that you said, right? Y'all said
Well,
that
I keep saying said name and said not here, but you know what I mean. So, but I'm just talking about science because that was he was really banging that point in.
you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to challenge something that y'all said just now, that the scientific method was created to be unbiased, and I think it's the opposite.
Thank
That,
you.
that it was created to be biased, so it could create the loophole that if you can't explain it, then we get to say it is not true and it didn't happen. Because when you look at how our ancestors passed on information, it was a lot of verbal uh and mouth to mouth type of passing down ideas and concepts and lineage and different things like that. So being from Europeans coming up with this concept of being able to prove stuff to be right, it invalidated our whole history. You know what I'm saying? So now we got and this goes back to when I said, like, way they see the world and interpret reality is infected the whole world. Like, we all see the world through European lenses, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. But like, it's a constant. Like, we constantly looking through the way that they've controlled and dominated the world, and now they've told us who we are. They tell everybody else who they are. They make discoveries and say we did this. You know what I'm saying? And it's just that constant push of that. But when I say that, I think it was created to be biased. That's what I mean, because our traditions were more oral. You know what I'm saying? And then when they came up with this written history to be able to prove stuff and those type of avenues, that's what invalidated our truths and our experiences and realities.
Well, written history and the scientific method got nothing to do with each other. Scientific method is like if I say I invented some water that no matter where you take it, you can always it never gets contaminated. You can piss in it and the piss will float, and you can scoop the piss out. You can throw mud in it and the mud won't mix in. So, and this is my formula. The scientific method says if what you're saying is true, you should be able to send me your paperwork, and I should be able to do the exact same thing in the laboratory. If I cannot do the exact same thing, you full of shit. You're lying.
Okay, now
So
hold
what
on,
happened
y'all. Now
is,
check this. Hold on, real quick, y'all. Check this now. Now hold on. Now it gets deeper. Now the plot. Check this. I'm about to read this to y'all, and y'all tell me what all this what y'all take from this. Just let me read this for y'all, and we'll go over it. So check this, y'all. So now I'm on John Stevens, right, which is the Darwin's OG. So let's get into it. John Stephen Henslow, 1796 to 1861, was a pivotal mentor, botanist, and professor at Cambridge who profoundly shaped Charles Darwin's scientific career. He taught Darwin essential skills in observation, specimen collecting, and botany, and famously recommended him for the naturalist position on the HMS Beagle. Henslow mentioned Darwin from 1828, fostered his passion for natural history, and supported him throughout his voyage. Mentor and teacher, Henslow, a professor of botany at Cambridge, became a close friend and advisor to Darwin, and described their meetings as a major influence on his career. The Beagle voyage. Henslow was originally invited to be the naturalist on HMS Beagle, but he declined and recommended Darwin. So that right there is almost like a little bit of scientific biasness because one guy declined it, and then he just basically put his homeboy in position, right? But let's keep going now. So during the voyage, right? No, yeah. Give me 1 second. I got a few more to go. During the voyage of 1831, 1836, Darwin sent numerous specimens back to Cambridge, which Henslow carefully cataloged and cared for. Scientific approach, Henslow taught Darwin to approach the natural world through rigorous observation and experiment. In enduring friendship, despite their differing views on science. So now that's funny that they had. So his mentor, despite their different views on science and faith, later in life, the two remained close friends until Henslow's death in 1861. Henslow is credited with fostering the skills and opportunities that allowed Darwin to develop his theories on evolution. That's almost like put on the platter type action right there. I don't know how you would. What y'all think? Bias, not bias? What y'all think?
I'm gonna leave the floor open for somebody to touch on that. But if they don't, then I want to touch on the last thing old boy was saying before you read that.
I mean, you good if ain't nobody got no foot. If ain't nobody got no foot.
Yeah, I wanted to say, so like I get that when we talking about an invention that's making a claim, but what if it's not physical?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier, that it falls apart. Like the whole Darwin's theory is a theory because it is not observable, testable, and repeatable. It's all inference. It's them looking at a set of fossils and lining them up in an order and saying, we found these bones at this period, Triassic period. I'm just throwing an arbitrary shit out as an example. We found this in our Triassic period. We found these in this period, which is so many years apart. They're similar, but they're not the same. So we're going to infer that this is the evolution of this animal.
Yeah,
That's not proof. You can't. That's literally just somebody saying, this is what I think it is. If you don't believe me, come up with a better idea. Oh, you don't got a better idea? Well, fuck it. This is what it is.
and I kind of feel
You got a
like
better
Darwin
idea.
didn't even dig nothing up, did he? He didn't even dig up nothing. Like, he literally on topsoil. He wasn't digging in the ground. He wasn't lifting soil. Like,
But then if you do got a better idea, but the room full of people says, well, we like this idea better.
right, and that's why I brought up the dude.
And that's that human, but that's the human element I was talking about the whole time.
Right.
But how could you ever get away from that?
Exactly. That's my point.
It's always ingrained.
That's what I was trying to explain to Cedric. Like, because like I said, I've repeated this over and over again. I 100% agree that the whole purpose of them designing the scientific method was for the purpose of erasing biases. That is literally its function. But that
And I,
don't mean that
I
but they
disagree with
don't mean
that.
that people are but that don't mean that people are not biased.
I think that it was specifically made so that it could invalidate and discredit a whole group of people's information and the way they process information. Because now I have to prove to you that I'm internally experiencing something. How? How can I prove to you that I just got a vision like the lady was saying before, a download? How can I prove that to you?
But that can be scientifically proven with sensors and all kind of shit. Now, whether or not whatever the information you say is, that can't be proven. But your body, but they can put your body in a fucking CT scan and put sensors on your head and absolutely see if something is happening biologically to you during those events.
But
They
that
did it with they took a black lady and they put her in a CT scan when she got the Holy Ghost and all kind of and her brain lit the fuck up in all kind of areas where it don't normally light the fuck up. And science says we don't know what the fuck this is, but we have to acknowledge that something is happening. I'm not
But they're not
science
gonna take her word that it was the Holy Ghost that jumped
right,
inside of her. So
right.
if
And
it's still, you can't prove that this stuff is happening. Only thing that they can prove is that some shit is happening in your brain, but that's biology don't prove the spirit world.
so do you think that me and you right now is smarter than the people that came up with this scientific method?
Yes, I do.
I do,
I
and
think I am.
I
Uh,
think the ancients
I
are
don't think
smarter than
I don't.
I think the
I'm a humble
ancients are
person. I
smarter
don't think
than
I'm
we are
smarter.
now.
and I just asked that question to ask this, right? If we can see that there's no way to ever take human bias out of anything, right? You don't think these people that said, "Oh, we made this thing up that's going to take the personal bias out of this, and this is why we're developing." You don't think that that was like a scapegoat to be like, "Okay, yeah, we got something that's not going to put no personal bias in there, and it's all going to be through science." But when
I
you look
think
at it, you like, wait a minute, you can't do that.
I think that its intention was to be because all everything in the beginning has good intentions. I think the
I don't
intention of
believe
when they
that.
designed it that was cool, but as time progressed, and people, humans were humans. They began to manipulate and weaponize with it.
Now,
Just
let me ask you
you
this.
know, that's where you get the whole concept of the appeal of authority. Like,
Let me ask
hey,
you this. What proof or what gives you the insinuation that their intentions were pure and
Sure.
like they didn't have no malicious intent with what they did?
just what gives me that notion?
Yeah, what?
The fact that a team of people sat down and tried to think of a way to falsify a set of information because the truth was more important than how anybody felt. We can't deny that this method is not valid, and it doesn't have beneficial shit. We live in a technological world. Right now, we're using a technology that was created on this exact same system. So this
So
system absolutely works. Now,
I got a
the human element is like I said, when it comes to the benefit per person. Like Oppenheimer, when Oppenheimer came up with the bomb, his intentions wasn't to create a weapon. His intention was to understand uh nuclear science, nuclear physics. That was
I
his
got a
whole shit.
question. I got a question, Timotheus. This is going back to what Benu, right? Your name is Benu.
Yes, man.
To what he said about when he saw the lecture. How about these things are being discovered and these things are or people are coming up with these things and they're building a scientific method around it after it's already done?
I don't understand the question.
So can you explain to him what you saw in the lecture so maybe he can understand what I'm saying?
So in the lecture, the dude was saying that the scientific method was never used to create anything or to come up with any idea. Like
Right.
it's only
But that's true. That's
yeah.
true.
He's saying that it's
The
only been
scientific
used.
method is designed to falsify. That is literally its design. We're gonna hypothesize something, come up with an idea. This is what we think it is from this hypothesis, and now we're gonna use this method to prove my idea is wrong, to falsify it. And if you can't prove that it's wrong, then the only thing that's left is that it's the truth.
So
No.
okay, so
It's just what
why is
about
it people saying through the scientific method? I get what you're saying, though. Like, brother, I get what that guy's saying. He's saying, no, all these equations and all these
yeah.
things that's being done, the scientific method was never used to create it. The scientific method was built around it after it was created or solved.
I don't understand.
I'm sorry, say that again. I put my shoes on.
And I was saying that the scientific method was used after these equations were either created or solved. After it was built around it. The method was built around it. It wasn't used to solve it.
No, right.
So,
That's what I said. I agree with that. I said I agree with that. It was literally designed to falsify. It was literally designed to prove something false, not to prove it true. That's literal, and that's the mechanism that was built in it. That's supposed to be the part that removes biases. Is because my goal is to prove that this is false, and if I can prove that it's and if I prove that it's false, and if I don't prove us, excuse me, if I don't prove that it's false, then the only thing that's left is true. That's why scientific discovery back in the days used to be remarkable. Like, oh my God.
So wait, why does that have to be the only explanation?
Well, if you have a claim, there's only two things that can be done to this claim. Either it's proven true or it's proven false. There
No.
is no gray. It's either yes or
It
it's
is a
no.
gray. It is a gray area, and I think that's what, like, our arrogance as human beings, you feel me, is with this European mentality that we have to
I
know or
either
not.
I either slap you across the face or I don't. There is no middle ground. There's not. There
But
isn't
that's
no.
not
I
what we're talking
almost
about.
slapped
That's not
you.
what we're talking about. We can't say it's either true, it's false. The evidence proves it's either true, false, or
Or
we don't know.
inconclusive. Or inconclusive. Yeah.
Right? We don't
Or
know.
inconclusive.
If I can't prove you wrong, that don't necessarily mean you're right. Just
Right.
because I can't prove you
And
wrong.
that's built.
And that's why I said, and that's why,
Inconclusive is built into the scientific method.
but that's why I
It's
said that I believe that it was created as a tool to validate white supremacy. You can't prove what you're saying. I know you can't prove it. It can be true all day, but I know by the framework that I set up, you can't prove it. And now I could whatever.
that don't even have nothing to do with white supremacy or nothing. That just has to do
Why
with
not?
human behavior. Period. If
What you mean?
I can be in
But
the
white
African bush.
supremacy is human
Wait.
behavior.
Hang on. What I'm saying is we can rewind the clock and be in the jungles of South America as bush people, and I accidentally kill somebody. I can lie, and somebody be like, nah, man, I think you killed his ass because you was the only one with him. I don't give a fuck what you said. You killed him. I can't prove it, and that person is right. But if can't nobody prove that he's lying or not, that's just reality. That ain't got nothing to do with a design.
So let's do
That's
that.
just the reality of the world.
My fault. Go ahead. I want to get right after you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You could go ahead.
Because I was going to say, if it happened, right? You saying if somebody killed somebody, right? And they say no, I didn't, but we saying no, yes, you did. If they both walked in the room together, right? The door closes. It's just them two in the room. When he come out the room, I go in there. The other person dead with a knife in his chest. Nobody else was in the room. I asked him, was anybody else in the room? No. Did you kill him? No, I didn't. I can't prove it, but I know he did it.
But did he?
Yes.
Suicide exists. Suicide exists too. See, so that's the point you just made before. There is that area of gray. It can't, like you said, it ain't just yes or no. The option of suicide still exists. So you get
So then if like, but what I'm saying is, right, the fact that is there, that I have to now eradicate anything that I experience, that I have witnessed, or is like an intuition to me. I gotta kill it all. Anything that's natural to me, or what I feel is our connection with God. This is how we talk to the all, and how we have those connections is by having these experiences, and we not gonna be able to explain them because you can't explain God. It's beyond our understanding. You feel me? So how can we prove something if we have to bring this burden of proof to who? You feel me? Like when I want to say
I'm like
that.
you. I'm like, I know we having a conversation, but at the end of the day, we all adhere to this burden of proof. Because if something was to happen to your ass and you went to court, you going when they came back and they pull out the evidence and prove that you innocent, you ain't gonna be like, nah, that's not right. Check it again. You're gonna be like, hey, there it is. You are absolutely not gonna protest
No,
against that shit.
no.
I get the burden of proof though. I get what you're saying, but I don't know. It's just something don't sit right with the whole shit with me. Sorry.
Right, like if I did something, if I go to court, right, that's still in the same framework that we have this proof system for. So we not outside of the science world, court. It's the same shit. You feel me?
Right.
But when we
And
talk
then
about,
but that's what I'm saying. The same stuff you're protesting against is gonna be the same shit that's gonna DNA. They're gonna run the DNA. Oh, his DNA is not on there. That means he was not there. Since he was not there, boom, he innocent. You're not gonna be like, man, the DNA was wrong. You're not gonna do that.
Yeah,
but
but
if
You're
I
not gonna
think
be like, it's
I
some
think
gray, it's some gray
when
area.
you
You gotta
talk
check the
about
gray area.
when you talking about DNA, that's the thing. That's another thing for me. Like I feel like ancestry, like lineage DNA is different from just paternal or
right,
crime.
and then it's been people
Yeah,
that been convicted of crimes
that's why
from
it has
false
different
DNA.
names. That's why there's paternal and maternal DNA tracking, and then there's autosomal,
I meant to
and then there's
say,
autosomal DNA tracking. And autosomal
parenting.
DNA tracking, absolutely, I say it all the time. This shit does not link people to a landmass. It does not. I'm saying it again. It does not link people to a landmass. All these all these autosomal DNA tests do is they match up sequences found amongst a population of people built on the sample that they have gathered. So if you get a lot of samples from this part of the world, you got samples from that part of the world. They run these samples against each other and they look for matching sequences. ATG, 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 ATG. Oh shit, these people, this dude got this same exact sequence in the same exact spot as these people that are currently living in this
Right.
part of the world. That
Now
don't
let
mean
me
that
ask you
them
this.
people that don't mean that them people are from that part of the world. That's
Let me
just
ask
where
you
they
this.
currently are.
Do you know how to work that machinery?
No.
So how do you know they telling the truth?
But that goes with anything. I don't know how to use the machine that make aspirin. So that means aspirin don't work. I
Maybe
don't
not.
know
I
how to
mean,
work this.
you
I don't
don't
know how
know.
to use the machine to make a computer. Computers
You
don't
don't know
work.
what aspirin. You don't know what aspirin is doing to you.
I know it takes away the pain.
Maybe.
So
You
again,
ever heard of? You ever heard of something
even
called?
if you
You ever
want to
heard of?
stretch
Hold on,
with, even if you want to
wait.
stretch with aspirin,
Have you ever
I don't
heard of
know how to.
something?
I don't
Have
know
you
how
ever
to
heard
use
of?
a machine that builds a phone. That don't mean a
Have
phone
you
don't
ever?
work.
Have you ever heard of something called the placebo effect?
Absolutely, I know what placebos are, but that don't.
Okay.
But that
So
doesn't.
so that
That doesn't. No,
so,
no, 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 no,
so
no.
hold
Because
on,
you're
hold on,
getting
wait,
hung.
wait, wait, hold on.
You're
Let me
trying to
finish
get
saying
hung
what I'm
up on
saying.
that.
Let me finish. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. You just said that you don't know how Advil works and you don't know what's happening, but you know that it takes the pain away. Do you?
If it stopped hurting, ain't that that's a physical experience that I have? If
It
I have a
can't that be a placebo?
if I have a physical pain
Right.
and I take something, you could be unconscious. Car crash or something. They run your blood. They find some shit in your blood. You got an infection. They give you some shit to cure the infection. You don't know that they gave it to you. So how is it a placebo when it heals you still? That's what I'm saying.
That's not
So
what we
again,
talking about. That's not what we talking about. Hold on,
hang on.
wait,
So
wait, wait,
again,
hold on, wait, don't keep going, don't keep going,
hang
don't keep going,
on.
don't
Let
keep
me get it
going.
out.
Don't keep
I'm
going because
about to land right here. So again, just because I don't know how to run the machine doesn't mean that the output of the machine is not real. I don't know how to
No,
run the machine
just
to build a
because you
car. Cars is real. I don't know how to run the machine to make cell phones. Cell phones are real. I don't know how to run the machine to make Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is real.
come on, you said you
So
was about
just
to
because
land your
I don't know
plane,
how to
bro.
run the machine for something, don't mean the product of that machine is not real.
But what I'm not saying is not real. I'm just saying you don't know what you're talking about because you don't know how it works. You're just going off what somebody told you is happening. So you could be taking an aspirin and being that you know aspirin is a big brand and this is what it claims to do. And when you take the aspirin, you heal yourself from that thought. You don't know if that's happening or not. You just saying you're accrediting it to the aspirin. Why? Because they told you. You don't know. You don't know how
I
to do
mean,
this science.
that's a philosophical thing, and that's
It's
cool.
not
But if
philosophical.
that,
You don't
but if
know.
that,
Hold on.
it's
Let me ask you.
so
Do you know how
because
to make an aspirin?
if that was the case,
No, bro. Come on. You gonna let me finish saying what I'm saying? Or you gonna
Yeah.
just
go ahead,
Mhm.
every time you
go
got
ahead.
something? You feel me? You don't know how to produce aspirins. You don't know the science behind each chemical and what it does to affect the body. So by you saying aspirin gets rid of headaches, is you just taking somebody else's word for it and just going with the information because you don't know how it works. And that's what we do with everything, from how planes fly. You feel me? If I told you that planes don't use the thousands of gallons of gas that they say they use, and they're using some type of air turbines to fly up there with endless energy, you're going to tell me I'm lying because I can't prove it. But you can't prove that they're using gas. You see how
Well,
that works?
you
You
no,
can't
because
prove this.
the reason why I don't see how that works is because they got whole documentaries that walk you through how they build the planes. They got
Mhm.
whole documentaries on how they make the medicine.
You seen it?
Again,
You seen it?
again. When I go to the dentist and they stick me with that Novocaine, the, I don't feel them pulling out my tooth. Is that a placebo? Is that my brain saying, "Oh, he stuck me with this needle, so now I'm gonna turn off pain"? If
Well,
that's the
we
Maybe,
case,
know
maybe
the
because you know what
Novocaine. We
Novocaine
know the
does.
Novocaine works because we can feel the effects of it at the
that's what I'm
time, like
talking about.
literally. But aspirin, he's right. We don't like with aspirin. It's a different thing because the Novocaine actually, you have an actual feeling like your lip feels big,
Right.
right?
You can't, you know what I mean?
It's numb.
Right?
You might
It's an
bite your
so
tongue
it's
off,
instant
right?
so it's instantaneous. That's the only difference. It's the
But it's
same.
not really instantaneous.
No. Hang
No,
on,
I'm
hang on,
gonna
hang
tell you.
on.
Wait, wait, wait,
No,
wait. It's not really
wait. See, y'all want to cut
instantaneous
me off.
because
Y'all want to cut me off when I want to
no,
cut what
I'm
y'all
not.
saying.
I haven't said anything for that long. I've been letting y'all two brothers rock. But with Novocaine, it's really not instantaneous, right? Because there are some people like myself that has a high tolerance for what you call those the drug, like when they put you to
For
sleep and all of that
painkillers and
stuff.
shit. Yeah,
Like
anesthesia.
anesthesia. I have a high tolerance for anesthesia. Like I woke up in the middle of at the end of my what you call that shit? Colonoscopy.
Surgery.
Colonoscopy. Right. So some people it's not instantaneous. Some people they gotta keep shooting you and keep shooting you up and keep shooting you up until a point where they be like, hey, maybe we might have to come back and you may have to go under because I can't keep shooting you up.
Right. And you know what that proves? That proves that what they shooting you up with works. You just your biology has a higher tolerance to it. That does not mean that the shit that they made up in this lab is a placebo and you're just fooling yourself to think that what they're
But
sticking you
that's
with
why I
is
think you
putting you
moving
to
the
sleep.
goalposts when you go from aspirin to Novocaine.
No, but it's
But we know
it's the
Novocaine is
same.
cocaine,
No,
damn near.
the diff. No, I'm not moving the goalpost because they are both chemical compounds that were conducted in a lab. So for y'all to say that it's separate will be y'all moving the goalposts. It's still chemistry. I'm talking about chemistry. So you can't
Right.
say this
But you
chemistry
know,
is different. So what y'all are saying is this chemistry is different than that chemistry. That's a
it is.
goalpost move.
No,
That's
the
a
It is
goalpost
different.
ingredients
move.
of such drugs are different.
That's what
Chemistry
makes
is
it a different
chemistry.
drug because the chemistry is different.
No, I'm not talking about the chemistry of its makeup. I am talking when I say chemistry, I'm referring to the alchemy of it, the creation of it,
No, we
the
know that, but we're
yeah.
saying the reason why you can't compare the two is because it's two different drugs with two different chemical makeups.
But
That's it.
but what I'm saying is at the core of
We
it
know
is
what
that
you're
they're both
saying.
drugs. I'm saying that they're both drugs that were created in a laboratory that have an effect. Now you can make now yes they different makeups or whatever, but it was still done through the same scientific method. They tested
But
this
can
shit
you
out
feel an aspirin
and
when you take it?
huh?
Can you feel an aspirin when you take it?
When it once it gets into my bloodstream, yeah.
No, you don't feel the pain you were feeling. You don't feel the aspirin. When you
You
Right.
feel
take
the aspirin.
Novocaine, when you
You
take
feel the aspirin
Novocaine,
kick in. I don't know if y'all must have never had no real pain or nothing because I have had serious
He's not
headaches.
talking about the pain. He's saying when they inject you with Novocaine, you literally feel it.
feel the
Uh,
Novocaine.
Like you can feel
duh.
it shooting into your gums or the inside of your cheek, rather. You
And
can
then
Because it's
feel
a
and
it.
physical
then
thing,
and
right?
then listen, and then when you after the Novocaine kicks in, you feel the effects of the Novocaine, not just
Man,
the
y'all are making the
alleviation
craziest
of the
arguments
pain you
ever.
was feeling. Like if I have a
Y'all,
toothache, right, and I take a Tylenol, I won't feel the toothache no more, but nothing will change. Like the toothache or just
man,
the pain will just be subsided. But if I
Yeah, but
take
man,
Novocaine, I
man.
won't be able to feel the whole side of my
Y'all
face.
y'all don't even realize how ridiculous this shit sound.
no,
So
it doesn't,
basically,
Timothy. It's basically
wait.
it
I'll let y'all rock.
doesn't,
I'll let y'all rock.
Timothy.
Hang on.
You've
We just
been
having a
rocking,
difference.
Timothy. Like,
We
come
just
on now,
having a
you've been
differences of
rocking.
opinion. We're having a difference of opinion.
He's
So what y'all are saying about this, you feel the needle pump the juice in your cheek and all of that, boom, boom, boom. But since when you swallow an aspirin and you don't feel the aspirin go down in your throat, you don't feel it dissolve. So that means that's different.
no, that's not what he's
Like
saying.
what the fuck are y'all
That's
saying?
not what he's saying.
At
He's
all.
saying that you don't feel the like how you feel the Novocaine. You feel the effects. You feel it when it
I
shoot.
understand
Hold on,
the
because it
difference
sometimes
between
it
acute
shoots
and
up.
chronic.
Sometimes it shoots up and the shit damn near shoots to your eye, right? When you like,
Hmm.
hold the fuck up, what is going on here? Right? You feel that, then your whole side of your face is numb. But once you take the aspirin or the Tylenol, it doesn't have the same effect. That's what I guess
Not
that's what he's saying.
Yeah, but it's not even. It's there's two words. It's called chronic and acute. Some things have an acute effect. An acute effect means it happens instantaneously. A chronic effect means it happens over the course of time. So you swallow an aspirin, that's chronic. You swallow it, it takes time to break down in your stomach. It got to get into your bloodstream. But by the time when it gets into your bloodstream, that's when you feel the effects. It's a chronic effect and not an acute effect, like a Novocaine, which is instantaneous.
Well, I think he
And
was saying
Novocaine is also a local anesthetic that it only affects that one particular spot where it's hit. Whereas you can take an aspirin and not only will it get rid of your headache, but if your knee was hurting, your knee stop hurting too because it goes through it's a full body effect.
I think he was saying that you actually feel the Novocaine, the medicine itself, and you don't feel a Tylenol. You just feel the effects of a Tylenol.
Right. That's what he was saying.
Uh,
That I don't know. Timothy is
but okay. But so what was the point? I don't understand the
You don't
relevance
feel
then.
the effects of the Tylenol. You just don't feel the pain no more. The pain go away,
Right.
which is
But
what a Tylenol is supposed to do. I already know you was about to say that. I already know. But
But
they're saying you can physically feel the Novocaine, not just not feel any pain no more. You feel the Novocaine.
like when you get a
right,
damn tetanus shot or the
right,
antibiotic shot, I felt that
what
shit
they
shoot
shit
down
called
my whole leg.
a hepatitis shot when they put the little bubble under your skin and you can physically feel. But to me, That's to me, that's like irrelevant.
No.
That's
Not the
irrelevant. That the
not
reason
the
I'm saying that is
actual.
irrelevant is like I don't if I was to eat one kernel of corn, I wouldn't feel that one kernel of corn hit my stomach. I wouldn't
That's
feel my
not what he's
body,
talking about. He's not
but I
talking
would.
about like you
The
feel the
feeling, the
pill go down your
feel.
throat. He's talking about an effect of that drug, not the lack of pain. He's saying you feel the effect of the Novocaine.
And that the reason I'm saying that is
The
because
effect
you
of the
get into the
Novocaine
the reason I'm
is the
saying
no
that.
pain. You just
Hold on, wait.
physically
No,
No,
feel it
but
no,
you
there.
go
no.
numb, your
Listen.
jaw feels heavy, you can feel the
Yeah,
like it's
yeah.
more to it than just not feeling pain.
And the reason I
Because
said
Right.
that's a
that,
different type of drug. It's a
right?
different
We
We
like
get that.
know
We
y'all
get
just
that.
that. We know
so
that.
what it
That's
don't
But
why
what
I
I'm
matter.
said
saying
you
is,
can't,
But
so
y'all
you couldn't, but that's why I
no
was trying to say to you, don't bring Novocaine into
because
what
he
he's
but
moved
no
saying
the
because it's
goalpost so
two
no,
much that
different
I
he
didn't
doesn't know
move
where
things.
a
he is now.
goalpost because I'm talking about the science of chemistry. And I
Right?
use
But listen, listen, wait.
I'm
Hold
comparing
on, real
two
quick.
different chemicals because the
Hold on, real
argument
quick.
that was being made is that the chemistry is bullshit because you could be taking a placebo and you taking this aspirin, you tricking yourself into thinking that this aspirin is working. That was the argument that y'all made. And that's
No,
why I compared. That's why now I don't say no because that's what you said. If you saying no and you've been intellectually dishonest, and I can't respect nothing else you say at this time because
okay, cool.
that's where I came from. That was my rebuttal. Me bringing up another chemical to show that chemistry itself is not full of shit. That chemistry
So,
does work.
so
It's
you
not
Slow
brought
just
up,
a
down.
placebo.
Come back here.
you brought
Come
up
back here.
Novocaine. You brought up you brought up aspirin and Novocaine in a response to saying that that
That
you were
chemistry,
taking.
that medicine
Hold
works.
on.
Just because I don't know how to use the
Come back here.
machine, don't mean that the machine don't the product of the machine
Right,
don't work.
right, right.
Because
And then
that was
okay,
your
so
argument.
okay,
Now,
so
do you
listen,
know
so
how
hold
to
on.
make aspirin? Have you been in the laboratory?
Hold on.
How do you
Oh
know that
hell
this aspirin
mercy.
works?
Bro. Just relax.
Yeah, I'm
Then
like,
that's
y'all.
when I asked you, do you know how aspirin works? Right? And that's when you started going on to all of these other things. Like you don't have to know how a cell phone works to use a cell phone. And all
To
I
know
was
that it
saying
works.
was,
You don't
yeah,
have
all
to
right,
know
you
how
know
a
what?
cell phone works to know that it
Come
works.
on, bro. We
Mm.
heard you when you were saying it, bro. You don't gotta cut me off to repeat what I just said you said after you said it 15 times. You feel me? We know that Novocaine works because when you
No, get out of there.
because when you get a Novocaine shot, the place where they shoot you with the shot at, it goes numb. When you take an Advil, you don't know what the Advil is doing because it doesn't have any effects except the pain being alleviated. So you don't know the process, what's happening, what's going on, what is it doing to you? You don't know because you don't feel nothing.
Stop.
That's what I'm saying. You all you're doing is going off for what they told you is happening, but you have no way of explaining what's happening because you don't know the science. So by you saying that an aspirin pill
Stop. You
takes
better
away
not pee
your
on that
headache,
flow.
how do you know that? You don't.
Okay, so by that same logic, y'all saying I'm finna hit you with the same
Don't
thing.
pee on that
So
bed.
so so do you know the mechanism that makes your jaw go numb when and your lips
Do
swell up and
not
all of
pee
that
on that
when you take
bed.
the Novocaine? Because you're saying you
Mute up,
know how
mute
the
up.
Novocaine works. That's your argument. Y'all know how the Novocaine
That's
works
not
because
the
you feel it
argument,
because you
No,
feel
Tito.
the
it
That's
working.
not the
argument
You
is
feel it
that
argument.
working.
no, the
So what's the
Novocaine is listen,
so what's the
stop
process?
because
What's the
you're wrong.
chemical
Stop
process
because you're wrong.
that makes your jaw
Stop because you're
tingle? What's
wrong.
the chemical
Stop,
process that makes your lips
Can't
swell up?
tell me to slip. That's not the argument.
stop.
It's
You're
not the
wrong.
argument.
You're wrong.
Nah,
I'm
y'all
saying
just
that we know the Novocaine is working because our jaw goes numb. We can feel it. They tell us, hey, this Novocaine is going to make your face numb. You're not going to be able to feel nothing. You might drool on yourself. So keep
it
it.
has an acute effect. That's what
All
I
right.
said.
So
If you
listen.
don't,
So listen. Stop talking, bro. So what I'm saying is, when they tell me that, right? It might be a placebo effect that my jaw automatically just go numb and exactly where they said it would, and I'm drooling and I can't speak right because I know that something's wrong. When I take an Advil, none of that happens. I don't have any side effects or anything that happens from the Advil to say this is the effects of the Advil. That's what I'm
here,
saying.
here's a notion. The side effect of the Advil is that the pain goes away.
Oh, okay. And how does that happen?
whatever the chemical that they use to do it, because all of
Okay,
these
but I
chemicals
know
that
when
they
they say
use,
when they
they
say when
come
they
from
say
natural. Hang on.
when they say
They
you're not
use
gonna be able
natural
to
shit.
feel nothing in your jaw, I know why. Because it's gonna make it numb.
Hmm. Have you ever read
Oh,
the back of a box of aspirin? Because it has different effects on different people. It says
come
for
on,
some
man.
people, they may break the fuck out. For other people, they may do this shit. For other people, it may do this. Why? Because everybody's chemical makeup is different. So, so boom. I don't know if I've never read a box of aspirin and I don't know that I have an allergy to aspirin. I could take an aspirin and die. And that would be the effect of the aspirin, not a placebo, not me thinking if I take this aspirin, I'm going to die. And I didn't trick myself
We
into
going to
dying
the
because I
extreme
took this
now.
aspirin.
Now we going to extremes, Timothy. Come
No,
on.
I'm not going to extremes. I am saying that it's crazy to me how, because like I said, I understand that we're having a conversation. I get that. But it's crazy to me to make an argument against the scientific method in one aspect, but then understand that the shit is that the product of it is
Because
still
you
real.
can feel the Novocaine actually shooting in your to your
Right.
cheek. You can feel. So what? So that's
So
like
so
saying
so if you
no,
can feel
no,
it,
no,
so
no,
y'all
no,
oh, wait.
Timothy.
Go
Timothy,
ahead.
let's finish, Timothy. So when you go, like when you go to these studies for these medications, sometimes they give you a placebo and sometimes they give you the real thing. But people who got the placebo have the same testimony as the people that got the real thing. Right or wrong?
That can happen because they be in the
That
same
does
test
happen.
lab.
That's how they
Uh-huh.
conduct the studies for these medications. They
Hmm.
bring people in, they give a certain amount of people the real shit, and they give other people the fake. And the people that take the fake say the same thing as the people that took the real.
Yep. They put them all in the same room. So that still doesn't falsify what I'm saying. That doesn't falsify that when I take an aspirin, it makes my pain go away.
But you don't
That
feel
doesn't.
it. What aren't you understanding, bro? You don't feel it. Take it away your pain.
Yes, I do. That's because the pain goes away. That's
Oh
how
my
I
No,
know.
God.
That's because
you're being a liar right now and being
how do
disingenuous,
y'all
bro.
not?
Like you
Okay,
just told me.
how do you not understand that what I
Listen.
feel is the opposite?
Do you feel aspirin like Novocaine? Short
Yeah,
answer, no. It's not the same.
yes.
It's not the
I
same
feel
way.
the
No,
pain
look,
go
listen
away.
to ChatGPT telling you. It says no. It's not the same way. Here's the breakdown. Novocaine
Hmm.
or
Has an
what is
acute
it?
effect. To use the same word I said.
A
Go ahead, say
local
it.
anesthetic is it numbs nerves directly, so you stop
Hmm.
feeling pain in that area. Aspirin, an
Hmm.
anti-inflammatory pain reliever, reduces inflammation and pain signals, does not numb anything. So you don't feel anything. You don't even know where your
Now
fucking
type in.
inflammation
Now.
signal
Wait.
is.
No, wait. Let me see if you got any honesty. And right in the chat GPT that you're on, type. w- Do you feel the effects of aspirin?
I mean, of course you do because it's supposed to be fixed.
Ah, okay.
I
That's
would
and
type
that's all
that.
I've been
I'm
saying.
not typing
You can
nothing
feel
in.
the
That's him
effects of
typing.
aspirin, but it's usually subtle, not dramatic. What most people notice, pain eases about 20 to 30 minutes, less soreness, inflammation calms down. So you don't feel anything except the subsiding of your pain.
That's what you
And when
feel.
you
That's
take
the effect.
Novocaine, you feel something extra. It's something added on. It's something new that's happening to you.
You feel an acute reaction.
No, bro, you feel
Okay,
numbness.
type that in. Type that in.
You feel
Is
Oh,
numbness.
Novocaine acute and is
It
aspirin
don't
chronic?
matter. None of that matters. Stop
Oh,
moving
it
the
don't matter
goalposts,
now.
man. You keep trying to
It
move the
don't matter
goalposts.
now.
Put your-
How am I?
we came from the scientific method to Advil because you keep moving the goalposts.
No, because y'all keep moving the goalposts. Like I
All
said, and I still stand on everything that I said. Just because I don't know how to work the machine does not mean the output of the machine is not real.
And that's not what I said. So you keep moving the
That is what
goalpost.
you
Arguing
said.
about shit that, no,
You
it's
just
not.
said, how do I know that the aspirin worked? Because they told me so. Did you know how to
Right.
run
Now,
an aspirin
when in that,
machine?
when did
Do
that,
you
when in
and
that,
then
did I,
you
when
said,
in
do you
that,
know
did I
how to
say
run an
aspirin
aspirin
wasn't
machine?
real? When in that, did I, now
You was
stop, now
hoping
stop.
that was
When
gonna
in
be
that,
your dagger. You was hoping your
when in
saying,
that,
do you know how
when
to run an
in that,
aspirin machine was gonna be your
stop,
dagger.
stop,
And it
stop,
wasn't.
stop talking. When in that did I say aspirin wasn't real?
When you said, how do you know? No. You didn't say aspirin wasn't real.
All right, so
That you
stop
did not
lying
say.
on me and moving the
Okay.
goalpost, nigga.
That you didn't say. That you
All
didn't
right, so
say.
stop lying, man. So now I can't
Okay.
respect nothing you say because you dishonest and you don't
No.
stand on nothing.
I think,
But
I
wait a
good.
stand on
minute, hold
everything
on.
I've
I think,
said. That is now that's a lie.
hold on, y'all. I think that's why I tried to tell Timothy is don't bring Novocaine into the conversation because it's two different
Well,
things,
right.
right?
Okay. So
Hold on,
so it's
Timothy. Hold on, Timothy, because it's two different things. Again, the Novocaine, they can be giving us bottles of Advil, Tylenol, or whatever, and they could actually be placebos. But because we already, in our minds, we already say, oh, this aspirin gonna take my pain away. It takes the pain away because that's what we think. But with the Novocaine, you feel the shit right in the air.
You ain't getting no
That's the
placebo
difference.
Novocaine.
They can't give
so
you
okay.
placebo Novocaine.
Let me say this. Let me ask this question out of clarity. So the argument that you guys appear to be making is that you know you know the Novocaine is working because you have an instant acute reaction. Whereas
Right.
since the other one is chronic, you believe there's a possibility you're imagining it because it's a placebo.
No, that's not the argument I'm making because I don't know what the Novocaine is doing. All I'm saying is that I feel it. With the other thing, I don't feel nothing. Even though they can tell me what it's doing, I don't know the science behind it. So I can't get on here and talk like I invented the shit and tell other motherfuckers that they lying and they don't know what they talking about just because I heard somebody else say it and I believe them. That's what pseudoscience is, bro. You can't prove nothing that you're saying. You just believe somebody else.
Okay, and that's what led me to what I said about aspirin, and then you bringing up the aspirin machine because I don't. I guess I just believe cars work then because the dude that built it said that that's how he built it. I guess I just believe that TVs work because the dude that built. Because I don't know how to build that shit. That I am literally making the argument y'all are making. So if
It's not the
I
fact that
sound
That's
they
not
work.
ridiculous,
the
It's
if
same.
not the
I
fact that
sound
they work.
ridiculous, wait,
Stop.
no.
Stop. Because
No,
you
why
this
I
way you
gotta
sound
stop? Because I'm
ridiculous.
cutting your
No,
argument. You want me
because
to
you're
stop?
wrong. Because you're wrong, and I'm trying to correct you before you keep going on and be wrong. I'm not saying TVs don't work. I'm saying you don't know how they work to tell me how they work. You don't know. If the peoples that made TV said they taking these signals from a remote universe and bringing them over here to this dimension so that we can watch remote universes on TV, and that's how we watch TV, and you believe that, you couldn't explain that to me, but you would say this is how TV works. And if I said anything in the contrary to it, you would argue me down because the people that told you what TV is told you how it worked. You don't know how it worked, but you believe them, so you're gonna argue with me.
Okay, I get now. I get the argument you're making. So that makes everybody in the whole thing wrong except for the people that made it. Because if you are arguing against it and you also don't know how it works, the shit you saying is just as implausible as the shit that I'm saying. Because the only
I'm not
people that actually know the truth are the people that make the TV and actually produce the thing. So,
right.
so
But
there you go.
the difference is when I speak, I'm speaking from a exploratory and an investigative standpoint and trying to explore. But when other people speak on this, they speak matter of factly and they speak down on other people and call other people stupid and all these other things because they hiding behind somebody else's research that they did. And they haven't done the research. You go do it. And you bring it back your findings. Don't argue me down with somebody else shit. We both can
Yeah.
say we don't know, but we both have opinions. And then that will
Right.
alleviate a lot of the tension and a lot of the arguments. We both don't know, but we both have beliefs on how this works. And let's put both of our beliefs together and see if we could come to some common ground. But that's not what we do. We take these white Europeans models and ideas and worldviews, and we stick to them. And we say, this is it, and this is what it is, because they told me. And if anybody talk outside of that, we try to laugh at them, shun them, mock them, ostracize them, crucify them, all this bullshit. But you don't know.
Nah.
One of these
I
philosophers said,
agree with that up to a point because, like I said, when I'm the person that started by off this whole thing by saying the method, and this is what I adhere to. You can say I believe in European shit. You're fine to have that opinion, but I understand from having an understanding of the mechanism that it is designed with the concept of falsifying data. I want to prove this thing is I want to prove it true by proving that it's false. I'm gonna have an idea. I'm gonna hypothesize this idea, and then I'm going to do all the necessary steps to prove my idea is wrong. Not prove my idea is right. I'm not looking for a confirmation bias. I'm looking to prove what I say is wrong, and in my attempts to prove it wrong, it ends up confirming itself. Then I have no other thing to say but either say that it's right or it's inconclusive because I never come to the end of the
but
experiment.
even if your data, right? So let's look at like when they came up with an atom, right? Or when they found the atom, right? Then they when they came up when they found it, they said this is the smallest uh thing in existence on the planet, right? Then when they came up with instruments that could see further, they found something smaller than it. So this is what I'm saying. When they come up with this information, they say, "Oh yeah, this is it, and this is what it is," and then they find other shit
No,
to contradict it. And then the people that been sitting there
no.
arguing, just sitting there twiddling their thumbs, like, "Oh yeah,
Well,
yeah,"
I don't
you
know
know
if
what
you
I'm
was
saying?
on the call earlier with me and Neil. We had discussed that earlier. Is because I'm the person that said that there's two types of people. There's the people that actually understand and read the books, and then there's the people that say, "Well, we know this and we know this." But when you actually read the textbooks that are written by the scientists, all of the textbooks are written in non-certain words. They'll say, based on the experiments and the findings, we have come to conclude that this is this and the possibility of this and this. It never
Okay,
says this is it and that's all it is and this is all it's going to
let
be.
me ask you this: do we live on the globe?
I don't know.
But I'm saying, I'm talking about from science. Do they say we matter of factly live on the globe, or that all of the findings and all of the evidence is pointing towards a globe Earth, but we don't know if we live on the globe, but all of the evidence is pointing that way? No, they damn near kill a motherfucker if he say there's we live on a flat plane. You can't go into the science community with these beliefs that contradict these
Right,
cemented beliefs
but
in
at the same
white
time,
American
there's
culture.
an aspect of the scientific community that would make the argument for the opposite.
Right,
That's
and
the
what do
whole
they
point.
do
That's
to
the
them?
whole point.
And this is my point. What does
But that
mainstream science do to them?
that's the part. That's the argument I made from the beginning. I don't know if you were on the call. I was saying that's the human element because the method itself
No,
is not where the flaw comes in. The method,
that's what it's designed
people,
for.
the
That's what
people
it's
are the
designed for:
ones,
control, domination, so that one
right?
group
But
of
that's the
people can
people.
say that this is this, and that another group of people can't challenge them because they're the authority. So that's why that whole
But that's not
scientific
the science.
method.
That's the people claiming to be the authority.
No, that's the scientific method that validates them to be able to say that yours doesn't
No,
stand up, ours does. We
no,
have
it's
this
not the
inner
scientific
circle.
method that validates them. It's like I said, the example I gave earlier about the standard model of the universe versus plasma cosmology in the plasma universe. The scientific method backs up both of those. They were both discovered by motherfuckers that went to the university of wherever they went. They got degrees in physics and all of that. This set says this set says that. The only thing that separates these are not the scientific method. It's the people that decide, well, what we say is right. That's why I said, well, that's why I'm not challenging what you're saying, because what you're saying is something I agree with. It's just the way that I explain it and I word it. It may not be resonating with you right now. What I'm saying is that the scientific excuse me, the science and the method itself was designed to alleviate bias. However, the human element in this equation is what creates bias.
No, I get that 100%, but I'm saying that I disagree with you in that the scientific method is a weapon that Europeans use to validate their findings and their situations and whatever they want to push the narrative on. And then they use the human bias within that they already know is structured within the scientific method, because we already said that you can't take the human bias out of the scientific method. So it's already in there from its creation. So now you got a built-in fail-safe system. Oh,
No, no, no.
you have
The
an
bias
oral
isn't the
history
bias
and an
isn't
oral.
built in. The it was built to be unbiased. The
So all
bias
right,
comes
so
in.
tell me the unbiased in this. So tell me the unbiased in this, right? You got an oral history and oral traditions, right? That pass down your worldviews, how you see the world, how you experience reality, everything, right? It's all orally passed down, right? Now, I come up with a system that says, no, you got to prove this by doing this, and you need this to prove that, and this needs to be that, right? How is it not biased to you?
That's not science, so that doesn't apply. That's what I said earlier. That's different from the scientific method. That's
So what's the
that's
scientific
established.
method?
That, that that there is no scientific method in oral history or in history itself. All history
That's my point.
is
So,
meant.
so
All history. Hang on. All history is meant to be is the documentation of events, whether it be written down or oral. So the same flaw, the same human element flaw exists in both. The person that was taught, that was chosen to learn the oral history to be passed down, that person could choose, because it's a human thing, that person could choose to teach the lesson onto the next person differently. They can include something that didn't happen, they can exclude something that happened.
okay.
That's the human bias in
So
that.
so so
The
so
same thing that happens in I'm almost done. The same thing that happens in the written thing. History is written by the victors. So if I win the war, I get to write the history. That's the same. That's the human bias. The truth part in it, the unfallible thing in it is the events that happen. Now, whether they get told or not is a difference.
Well, I think I get what he's saying is like it, our oral traditions and things that's been passed down. We're taught to dismiss these things because science says something different. You see what I'm saying?
right,
So it's
and
I'm
by,
not
like,
making.
by
I'm not
using
making the
and by
correlation between
using the
history and
method,
science. And
huh?
I'm being honest in saying I'm not seeing the correlation between history and science. Those are two different
okay,
fields.
so I'll show you. So if if our culture's oral traditions that we pass down is we sun gaze because we believe that staring into the sun for a certain amount of time a day gives you X amount of energy, right? And then we telling our babies that, but science says, well, prove it. And I say, well, I don't have the equipment or the you know what I'm saying, whatever you need, saying that I need to prove it to you the way you asking me to prove it. But all I know is that my family been doing this for generations. This is what we've been taught to do. My grandmother told me, take my shoes off and my socks and go stand in the grass and stare up at the sun. It's going to help you be stronger and be smarter, right? But now I can't scientifically prove that for your validation. So now my shit is discredited to the world because the world needs me to prove that this way that you see. So how is that not biased to me?
Well, because has proven that what you just said is true.
Yeah, after how long?
Science is, but science has
After how
proven that
long?
shit to be true. So
After how
only
long?
but that's what I'm saying. Only skeptical people came with that. Like, and
No.
and I get, and wait, calm, wait. And I get what you're saying when you use the white folks, because sun to them is dangerous. And sun for us, we absorb it, we get the minerals from it, and all that, boom, boom, bam, bam, bam. For them, it can be deadly. They can develop cancer. So
Mhm.
for them, so that's just a matter of lived experience that creates skepticism.
So
These
let's use
these
Bruce
people
Lipton.
are saying that if they do this, you get energy, but when we do this shit, we die. I don't believe these motherfuckers. That's
Right. So that's
that's
right
just
there, Sean.
that's skepticism. That's not science. That's just skepticism.
So let's use Bruce Lipton, right? The one that the Lion Dutchman tried to call a crackpot, right? So they were coming up with a with this science called the what was it, the human genome or something like that. It was this whole big thing that they was pouring billions of dollars into, right? And that your genes controlled your destiny. They were in charge of your destiny. You were destined by whatever happened within your genes, right? During the height of this shit, Bruce Lipton came out with his research saying that, yo, your genes are being controlled by your environment, and your genes is just a written blueprint that you read, and it's interpreted by the environment, and it's a whole science he put up called epigenetics, meaning like above the genes or something like that. But they was shooing him out, like they wouldn't publish his papers. They was taking his name off of stuff because he was standing up and going against this $billion industry that they was creating. Right now, today, they use his information, but during the time when he was presenting it and trying to become something, his life's work, they was shitting on him, shunning him out of societies, taking his name off of awards and all types of shit. So my point is that just because science is saying something isn't true, don't mean they telling the truth, for one, and
Right.
it don't mean that they know. So the scientific method can be used as a weapon, and I think that that's why it was created.
But the story you just gave is proving my point. Because that dude that came up with all of those findings, guess what he used? The scientific method.
And what did
And
they
which
say?
is
And
why
what did they
which
say
is
to him?
but
What did they
are
say to him?
wait. Are they the scientific method or are they
They
people?
they used the
No, no, no,
scientific
no, no, no,
method
no,
to
no, no, no,
prove
no, no,
he
no,
was wrong.
no. Are they the scientific method? The scientific method is a set of steps: observation, experimentation, recreating replicating the experiment, the whole nine. That's the method. Not what the people say. That's what I'm saying. So the method itself is not the bias. The bias is what I've been saying the whole time. These people saying, "Oh, this motherfucker is not going to come in here and and pick me off of my high horse. I am the award-winning motherfucker. I've been the leading dude for the last 10 years. This dude not finna come out here and make me a crackpot. So I'm gonna
Before
say he's a crackpot first,
before we had the scientific method,
years later they went and grabbed his work that was right because it was right
before Europeans invented
because
the
he used
scientific method,
he used
hold on. Before
huh?
Europeans invented the scientific method, what was your ancestors using? And what makes the scientific method better than that?
Shit, I don't know. I can't tell you what they was using. I
I
wasn't
like
there.
this. So what are you saying? Like, how can you just sit up here and just
I'm not saying that what the ancestors
highlight
was doing was wrong. I never made that claim.
all right, so now when I say that the scientific method was invented to strategically combat our way of thinking, where do you see an issue with that? Because
That's just
we weren't
that's just
using
your.
hold on, wait, we
I
weren't
don't
hold
take
on,
issue
wait,
with
hold
your
on, listen.
opinion. I just
We weren't
understand how the scientific method came about, and
how
it
did
was
it come about?
exactly what Cedric said. It was designed to remove bias because motherfuckers was being biased.
And what have they stopped being biased?
No, they have not
So
stopped being
how
biased
was it
because
designed?
bias is the
How was
human
it
element.
designed? So how was it designed to remove a human element that it can't remove? How was it designed
That's
to
what
do
I've been
something like
saying the whole time. That's
that? So
that's why Cedric hung up on me earlier
so
because he didn't want
obviously,
to
if it was,
admit that there's
hold
a
on, wait.
human element in it.
So let's use our logic here, right? If it wasn't designed, if we know that they're saying that it was designed to eliminate human bias, right? And we know that they could never eliminate human bias, right? Then the conclusion would be that it was created to enhance human bias.
No, that's you can infer that all you want, and
So
because
why was it?
they,
Why, if we
there's
know, if
people.
we
Hang on,
know,
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like The fact of the matter is, if I have one apple on the table and I put another apple on the table, you don't give a fuck. That's two apples, right? But then there's somebody that can come in. Then there's people that'll say, well, if you take one human and you put it together with another human, that creates another human. So 1 + 1 is actually 3. You know that. But at the end, but it's two different equations.
I
So
think it's hard. I think
you
it's
can't
hard
conflate
for
these.
people. I kind of think it's the way you're explaining it, brother. I absolutely get you, but I think people who actually like science is their thing in some ways, because Timothy is, even though you try to come off as unbiased, when we have these conversations, you absolutely show your bias with science.
I have a
Right.
bias in what way? Because what did I say that was
Because
wrong?
when he's saying to you that the scientific method, it was created to absolve them of being wrong when they know they're wrong. You're like, nah, I don't think that's true. And instead of saying it's
So
possible, it's saying
he's entitled to his opinion, but I'm not entitled to mine.
no, that nobody's saying that. What I'm saying is that
What
it's
you
like
saying?
you can't know, Timothy, is you can't, it's like you can't fathom that the scientific method may be built for the bullshit.
No, I'm a person. I'm real 60/40 is built into me. The idea of it being you, like I said, I have never one time said that I don't agree that it's being used to manipulate narratives 100%. But the whole reason they put it together to make discoveries, and they have made discoveries, because if it was built to be some bullshit, then we would have never made discoveries.
Let me
Life,
ask you something.
the science
The
would
people
never
that
have
created,
progressed,
the
huh?
people that invented the scientific method, were they racist?
Possibly, I can't say for certain.
If you
It would
had to
be
bet,
intellectually
if you,
dishonest for me to say that I know what these people were that
if
I
you
don't
had to
know
say
nothing.
9 times out of 10, or how many times out of 10 would you say that they were racist? That was people that was coming up with this.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, I would say 9 times out of 10 that they was racist that was coming up with this ideology and that for this scientific method. Now, do you think that they held Africans as their intellectual
Right. Now
equals?
that's a different field of science.
Hold on, I'm just
Because
asking you a
if
question.
you're
Do you hold
well,
on, hold on? You don't even know where I'm going to say what I'm talking about. Do you think that they held Africans or the indigenous Americans or whatever black people we want to be talking about? Do you
what's
think
the
that
correlation to that in science?
do you think that
That's what
they held hold on, wait. Do you think that they held them as their intellectual equals? I got
no,
two
but
more
what does that
questions.
have to do with science?
Okay, no. Okay, now, isn't it true that we have accomplished feats in history that they still can't replicate to this day?
Yes, but what does that have to do with
Okay,
science?
now I'm gonna show you where all of this correlates, right? You're looking at somebody who is observably beyond you in this reality, right? But you have to push the narrative that you're beyond them, that they're less than you, right? So what's the best way to do that? To discredit their information and their teachings and their science, to make them as primitive as possible, right? So anytime
They
they
didn't
say anything, that's what
but that's the point I'm making. But that's the point that I'm making is that they manipulated it to make it something that it isn't. That's the
cool.
point that I'm making. Like I don't know if he was on the phone when I was tearing Darwin ass down to the ground. When I was saying that the whole evolution and all of that shit is bullshit because science is supposed to be based on observable facts. When you hold Darwin up to the scientific method, it don't stand up because it is impossible for you to observe the mutation of an animal into another animal over the course of millions of years. So
Just
that's a
like
whole
gravity.
field. That's a whole field of science that they push as well. They don't even push it as the people that use it as the standard push it because
Just like
the
gravity, right?
science still says the science itself, the method still says it's a theory. It's unproven. It's it's a scientific theory, and what a scientific theory means to sum it up real quick is that based on
They
all
don't
the
know.
information that we have right now, this is what we believe it to be. Emphasis on the word believe. This is what
Hey,
we
yo, what's
believe it
crack,
to
B?
be based on this information.
So
That is not,
scientific method is something that they don't know. A
huh?
scientific theory is just basically something they don't know.
It's what they know as of right now. It's
So
not
this,
saying that they know everything because they
so,
can invent a new machine tomorrow and they'll rewrite them books. Well, they should rewrite them books,
so
but
they
that's
don't
the
know.
Facts.
bias. But that's the bias part that I was talking about. Like
But they don't
when I
know.
use Light's example, because I don't know if he was on the phone when I was talking to Cedric earlier, and I used the example of the Maca lady that was a person that graduated from university in all of their scientific method,
Facts.
used the scientific method, was like, hey, this is what I discovered, and they said we agree with everything in your shit except for this one part
Yo, let
because
me ask you a question.
it disrupts this Darwin's theory. What's
Let
up?
me ask you a question. If a tree fall in the forest and nobody around to hear it, do it make a noise?
Yes,
Yes,
nigga. Yes.
yes.
Okay. So use the scientific method to prove it.
Vibration and sound. It's
I
gonna
could
cause a
put some type of
vibration.
sound
Vibration.
reading.
Come on, we let's
But hold
be
on, Kenny.
let's stop
Look,
and do
see,
y'all.
I actually am certified in sound engineering. I got a went to
Oh, so
school
this should
for
be
it.
interesting then.
Right. So
You
absolutely.
say yes, it does make a sound.
I absolutely know that it makes a sound because it still creates a vibration, and that's all
Okay.
sound is
And
vibration.
Right.
is okay, is sound
If Tim
vibration
makes a
or is
beat in the
vibration sound?
forest and no one hears it, does it make a sound? Yes, it makes a sound.
Okay, is sound vibration or is vibration sound?
Huh?
Yes.
Is
Yes.
sound vibration or is
The answer is yes.
vibration
It's both.
sound? No, it's not. Vibration is not sound. Sound is a is an aspect of a vibration, and it's only present when it's a brain there to interpret it. So if there's
No,
no
it has
brain,
nothing to
there's
do with
no
the
sound.
brain. It has to do with
No, it
It
has.
a
doesn't.
receiver.
Yeah, that don't
It
have
has to
nothing
do
to do
with
with the
any
brain.
receiver because deaf people can hear sound. They
No,
feel
they
the
can't
vibration.
hear it. No, they
You
don't
They
hear
feel
it.
the
absolutely
vibe.
That's the
correct.
They
definition
feel
of
the
being dumb.
vibrate. They feel
They
the
feel the
vibration.
vibration. They feel it.
So they
They
feel
don't. They
the
don't
sound.
hear
Yes, and they
Right.
anything.
can determine the sound
No, they
through
can
them
determine what
feeling.
they're feeling. They don't hear
No, they
anything
can determine the sound through them
from what
feeling
they're
the vibration.
feeling. They don't hear anything. They determine a
It's not about them
vibration.
hearing it. It's
You can't
about
hear
whether there
something.
is a
You can't
sound or
hear
not,
something.
right?
Now I get what he's saying. Use it if we being literal as far as
But we're
hear.
not.
No, they don't hear it. No,
I am.
they don't literally hear it. No.
No, you
So if
don't. Just
if
like
we
you
being
nothing.
literal,
Just like if a tree falls in the forest and nothing's around to hear it, it doesn't literally make a noise because there's no brain or there's nothing there to
there's no
interpret it.
receiver of the vibration.
Yes, so it doesn't make a noise.
Nigga, if I sell crack and no one is around to see it, did I make a sale? Yes.
Shut up. That was just ignorant.
Abaragani to the panel.
But yeah, I brought that up to say like
The sound is only heard if there is a receiver, but that does not mean that the sound was not made. The vibrations are still there. Just
but
because
that's
there
not
isn't a
sound.
receiver to receive the vibration does not mean the vibration does not exist.
But
Y'all,
vibration is not.
y'all agree. Y'all agree at some point. Let's not take it back 3 steps backwards.
I think y'all should focus on the scientific standard and how it changed over time,
It's gonna keep changing.
opposed to the method, right? So
It
as
just
it
all
as it
depends.
progresses and times go on,
It's going to progress, but it's going to progress based on who is in the position of power, and that's the
Right.
human bias. Because for
so
example, right
such laws
now,
of nature
what
standard.
I'm saying is, for example, there are a lot of young people in that are going to college right now that self-identify as he, him, they, she, her, us around the corner,
Pause.
and those people are gonna get degrees in this scientific field. They're gonna write papers and books and say that there's more than one gender, and they're gonna get and those books and papers will be peer reviewed with people that also identifies he, they, she, them, him, her, us,
And accepted
and
a
they're gonna
challenge.
say, that, yep, I agree, this is the real shit. And then the bias of those people are gonna make that the standard. Now that's not what the science says, because the science says, hey, guess what? There's dicks and pussies. That's it. That's what, so it isn't the science that's biased. It's the people. It's the human
So
element.
I got a question.
Well said.
Does anybody think that the government sometimes controls the scientific information that the
Every
public is?
day.
Absolutely, because they
Every
fund
day.
the universities.
Yep.
They
Okay.
fund the universities. Yes.
Every day.
Okay.
I think the more difficult question to ask would be, do you believe that people in places like West Africa implemented or used the scientific method, right? It's not what it is now. But I would argue that, like for a light brown, for instance, right? You see her forehead, right? Like if they understand if everybody eats garlic, they grow their hairline back and they don't have a forehead as big as
No.
light brown.
So
That's scientific
so
method.
he asked
Or
he
they
asked me that
realize
he
that
asked me a
people eat
similar.
garlic and their beards are patchy.
True.
All right, so y'all
All
done
that.
roasted each other.
That's
Y'all done roasted
scientific
each other.
method
Now
though,
hold on,
Queen. You
hang
ain't
on.
have to
We done
come for
roasted
my
each
neck,
other.
light
So
brown.
he
I love
he
you,
asked me
Queen.
a similar question earlier. We didn't get to answer it because we was all over the place. But did the people in Africa use the scientific method as we know it? No, they didn't. But did they use the scientific method in some fashion? Yes.
Correct.
And what I'm saying is did they knock a tree down and it stopped the water? And it's like, oh shit! If you put something right here in front of this water, it stopped the water from rolling. That's an observation. If at that point they went and cut down another tree and put it somewhere else, they conducted an experiment.
So
They didn't know what these words were. They didn't they didn't have an idea of this actually being
so so let
a
me ask you this.
particular method, but they absolutely did.
So let me ask you this. What if they said that they prayed and they did rituals and asked their ancestors for the answers and that's how they got it? You because you
Scientific
can't
method will improve that.
because you can't prove that they did these scientific methods that
Correct.
you saying that they did. So if by them said, but if we talk to them, they'll say that they got it from the ancestors,
That's
from the
not
stars, from
scientific
the
method
heavens.
though. That's not
We
what I'm
know
talking
Right,
that,
that's
about.
not the
Kenny.
scientific method.
Kenny,
That's
Hold
follow
on,
the
let me respond real quick.
conversation.
Now he
No,
asked
but
this
follow
question.
the conversation. Come
What
on,
I
we had
what
so
I'm
much
saying
great
is, in
decorum.
terms of these ancient civilizations and whatnot, when you talk about applying scientific method, you talk about their use of different herbs and things to cure illnesses, right? These are things
Mhm.
that were practiced and observed amongst
This is what I'm
time,
saying, though, but
right?
you're missing what I'm saying. But you're missing what I'm saying.
I get what you're
I'm
saying.
saying, no, I'm saying that if the first person to start using these herbs, they said, how did you know that these herbs is what is going to help alleviate these ailments, right? And he said, I got a sign from our ancestors.
No, that's not scientific method.
We know
Scientific
it's
method
a scientific method, Kenny.
Scientific
That's what
method
I'm
deals with
saying.
proving that these
Kenny,
herbs. Hold on,
yo,
real
you
quick, real
so
quick,
no,
real
but
quick, real
Kenny,
quick.
trying
I
to get you to
got you.
understand. We've been past that part of the conversation. That's why I said listen to the conversation so you can get in and get
We're
in
clearly
right.
not past that point though, because I'm only
No, we
responding to the
are.
brother's question. So if
That,
you'll allow me to respond to the brother's question,
You're not
right?
responding
wow.
to my question.
True scientific method is when you learn that oregano clears bad skin, or that prune juice will make you poop, right?
I mean, we
Like,
get that, bro. We get that.
right. So what was the question?
Right, that's what I was trying to
All
tell
right,
you,
so
Kenny.
you said your name is Banu.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so the scientific method could not prove that, no, and that doesn't mean that what they said isn't true.
so this is
So,
what I'm saying, though. Wait, right there.
but
Let's
hang on,
start
hang
over.
on,
Real quick,
hang.
real quick.
Let
2
him go,
seconds.
Tim.
Right? But right there, right, is where the scientific method itself becomes biased.
No, sir.
No,
Now, you know what I want to
no,
say while y'all talking about herbs? So we know that each medication, it derives from the herb. The herb is the
right,
main component of it, right? But
right.
then they'll turn around and tell you, somebody who's not into medication, pharmaceuticals, but they into these herbs, they'll be like, oh, that's not going to work. I don't think you should take that. I think you
Right.
should consult with your doctor before you take that.
Right,
But we know for generations that this shit absolutely works. Like
right.
any
Through
one of us that's
scientific
over
method.
40, no, not through scientific method, through our ancestors. So
Right.
Our
basically,
But this
ancestors
is the thing, though.
utilized scientific
But
method
this is
no,
the
at
but
the
thing.
time.
it doesn't look the same today, Kenny. That's
So,
what we're see.
so,
That's
I
where
agree
you
with
are
so,
that.
missing
so,
that.
wait,
That's where
Hold
you're
on. Let me
missing the
answer. Let me
hang on,
answer.
because y'all,
conversation.
I was
God,
waiting to
I'm gonna
speak. It's
shut up.
actually my turn. So, but because what he's saying, I'm not negating what he's saying. You know, people say that, and it could be true. It can't be proven. But then let's apply a common sense factor. What if, and I'm using the word if on purpose to show that this is a hypothetical. It's not me making an assertion of fact. If we were to look at two different uh, positions, which one is more likely that a bunch of people sat down and prayed and then they got something, or or just the other one, somebody saw somebody eat something and they died and was like, you know what? Let's not eat that because he ate that and he died. So that's poison. Which one is more
Both.
likely?
Both.
If we
Both.
being honest.
I
Both
think
of them.
both.
That just shows your bias right there.
I think both of them would be true,
Yeah.
especially when you're dealing with
Well,
the
yeah,
ancestors.
I got a bias because I don't adhere to a god or nothing like that. To there being a god that intervenes. I'm a deist. I believe I adhere to the concept that something put the ball in motion, but I don't adhere to the idea that that whatever put the ball in motion want to intervene with everything going on. Like
So,
you
like
know
I
what?
said
I'm gonna
before, right? Like this is the concept that I'm using. Like your brain or your mind is a like an antenna, right? And it's sending out a signal. So the what you want and what you desire and your subconscious is what's being put out there, and your
yeah, the law of
subconscious
attraction.
is drawing that to you. So it's not that God's intervening and giving you what you want. You feel me? It's you
It's already in
being
you. That's what I
attached to
adhere
that.
to that. That's
Okay.
I rock with that. It's already in you. It was part of your design. Like
Right, because
Well,
that goes back to
I don't deny things like the possible like clairvoyance. I think that shit could be in the design for some people. There's so much of the mind that we don't even know what the fuck that shit do. So and then they purposely give us shit that calcifies portions of our mind. I
right.
don't deny none of that shit.
I'm saying
They
scientific
they
method
they tell
does
you
not deal
they
with
tell
God.
you that this shit doesn't. We just
Scientific method does not deal with God.
we know
Scientific
that.
method deals with things that can be quantified and observed, right?
and
So this
repeat
So
that
testable and
in
repeatable.
hold on, in
so that goes
scientific
into the
method,
point that I was
in
making that the
scientific method,
scientific
you
method
have
is
something
biased.
called a constant. Is everyone familiar with a constant
Oh
in
my
terms
God.
of scientific method and observation?
We had this conversation earlier, Kenny. We
Yeah, well,
understand
I'm
that.
here now. A Baragani queen.
Yeah, but come on. We was having great
Hey,
decorum
can I
and
not
great
get involved?
conversation.
Ah,
Yes, but that's why I
you
told you
always be
listen.
shooting at me though. I
I'm
love
not
you, sis.
shooting at
I
you.
love
I'm
you.
not
And
okay,
there's
Kenny,
nothing you
I'm
can
not
do
shooting
about
at
it.
you. All I'm saying to you is
I love you,
listen for a
and there's
minute
nothing you
and
can do
follow
about
the
it. I'm going on mute.
conversation. That's
Yeah,
all I'm saying to
ashwagandha, Kenny,
you.
ashwagandha. So
Ashwagandha
I'm just
is wow.
hold on, but I'm making one statement to be clear, right? Scientific method does not deal with God at
Jesus
all.
Christ. We know
Scientific
this.
method deals with what can be observed. Let's be
Everything
clear
in
on
the
that.
scientific method hasn't been observed. So the part where you missed is that sometimes they build the scientific method around things after it's already done. It
I
doesn't
would
no,
disagree
scientific
with
method.
that though.
I think that's where the mix up came in because when I broke down when I tore Darwin down to the ground, I was saying how they used the scientific method, but once the scientific method broke down, that's where they inserted
The God of the gaps.
not the God. The scientific God of the gap, like
Right.
the scientific equivalent of it, because it is
No, but
impossible. It is impossible, Kenny, for them to observe millions and millions of years to know
But Tim,
definitively that this particular animal mutated and became this other animal over millions of years.
so
But
wait,
they
Tim,
look at
stop there.
what you going?
Right? Like, I only disagree with that because I understand the theory of the God of the gaps, right? But that doesn't
But that's
separate
not
them being
science.
able, hold on, but that doesn't separate them being able to carbon date things, finding things in certain regions, and being able to make scientific hypotheses,
Inferences,
right?
inferences,
Right.
Let me
not
ask you
right.
something. Whoever
But
just
that's
said that, let me ask you something real quick. Do you know how to carbon date something?
Me personally, nah, I
Yeah,
just know
like
how to
if I
get
brought you
money.
a rock.
I'm not a
If I brought
carbon
you
dating specialist.
okay,
I'm a
so
get
my
money specialist.
my question to you is why do you believe that science if you don't even know how to do it?
Because there are a number of sciences. Now, let me answer that, right? There are a number of sciences that I am not a specialist in that I believe. Let's deal with something like a polio vaccine, right? I know this polio vaccine has been given out over a certain amount
Let's
of
just
years.
stick with
I
what we was
know.
talking about.
Hold on, let me respond.
Let's don't
Let
don't
me
move the
respond. I'm
don't move
responding.
the goalposts. Let's stick to
Real
what we
quick,
were
real
talking about.
quick. Hold on.
We
Hear me
wasn't
out
talking about
first.
polio.
Hear me out first. I'm
Nah,
He
he
is
talking
responding.
talking
about
about what you're
science. That's
talking
what I'm
about.
saying.
I'm
Y'all
responding
see it as a
directly to
goalpost
what
move,
you're
but he talking
saying.
about
Hold
science.
on. I'm responding directly to what you're saying, right? I am not a vaccine specialist, right? But I do know there is a science behind the polio vaccine, and I know I ain't never met a nigga with polio. That would allow me, right, to believe in the science. That's
Don't
why
make
I
it.
believe in the science, to your question. Why do I believe in certain sciences?
I didn't ask you
Because
why
I
you believe in
see.
polio. I didn't ask you why you believe in polio. I said, do you know how to do the process? What you just said.
No, I
All
don't
right.
know how to
So
make a polio vaccine, but I believe the polio vaccine works because I've never met a nigga with polio. You
okay.
understand what I'm saying?
No, but all right.
Yeah. Like, everybody
Yeah.
isn't a specialist.
Kenny saying the same thing I was
Everybody
saying
isn't a
earlier. Like, I don't know.
specialist.
You don't
Hold
gotta
on,
know how to
Tim.
build a car to know that a car works.
Thank you. Can drive. Right. I
so
don't know
you
how to
believe
build a car.
do you
Right.
believe the measles vaccine works?
I ain't seen a nigga with
You know
measles
what's
in
interesting
Oh,
though?
well,
100,000
they
years.
had
Hang
a
on, Kenny.
whole measles outbreak,
Right.
motherfucker. That's
I
what
was
the
just
whole
finna say, no.
RFK shit is about,
No,
right?
That doesn't mean
listen.
that the
No,
measles
listen.
vaccine doesn't
Hang
work.
on, Kenny. Hang on, Kenny. So the whole I was going when she said the measles, I was gonna say yep. And the whole thing people don't know about the measles outbreak is that it happened because there was a whole bunch of motherfuckers that was like, we gonna stop taking vaccines because vaccines is fucking us up. And when
And
people
another
stop
thing
taking
about those
and when people
viruses,
stop taking those vaccines,
Who
that's
told you
when we
that?
had a measles breakout.
but
Who
wait,
told you that?
Tim, another element
Hold
of
on, wait,
that,
hold on, wait, Tim. Hold on,
these
hold
viruses
on, wait. Let Tim address
transform.
that. Let Tim address that. Where you hear
Hold
that
on.
at? Tim?
These
No,
viruses
hold on, because Tim
also,
just said something.
hold
Let
on, I'm
Tim
just
address
saying
what he
one thing,
said.
bro. One
But just let him
sentence.
address what he said.
One sentence, bro. These viruses also transform, right?
Thank you.
So
Now, that was
yesterday's
the sentence,
virus
right?
isn't today's virus,
All
right?
right, thank you. Now,
So that
Tim,
would
what did you
explain
say?
why.
Where did you hear that from?
Right.
They got stats for everything. They write shit down.
Oh, okay.
When you was born
Who?
when you was
Who?
born, they gave you a number, whether you believe it or not. But you got that number. It's called your
People.
social security number.
Who wrote
So
it down?
People.
right, the
He
doctors wrote
going
it
to the
down,
white man. Chill,
and they
Tim. Don't
wrote
run
down.
from it.
Listen, and they
I know
wrote
where you're
down
going, Tim.
hang on, Kenny. They wrote down every shot that you took. It's called your shot record, and you needed
Correct.
this shot record to go to school. So
Immunization record.
the people that don't get shots, they have to fill out this paper called a waiver, and that waiver allows them to get into school. So there's a whole paper trail that
And
says
we can
X mark
document that.
this person
Correct.
don't got no shot. So there's a
Mm-hmm.
whole paper trail of written information that shows that there's a lot of
Who got
people
the
that
shot
didn't
and
get
who
these
don't. Right.
vaccines, and there's people that
And,
did
and,
didn't get
and,
these
and how many
vaccines.
times a year you supposed to take the measles vaccine?
Who knows?
You should like you get it at birth, like when you
I ain't
baby.
seen a
That's
nigga
it.
with
Okay.
measles
So
in
so
50
so so
years,
so
my nigga.
so when did we stop taking the measles
Who knows, my
vaccine?
nigga? I just know
I
that the
don't know why.
measles
I don't
vaccination
know
is
when
given,
you talking about. That
and
don't
I
even
ain't
got
seen a
nothing to do with
nigga
the
with the
conversation. There's a
measles
bunch of
in
people.
50
There's a bunch of
goddamn
people that
years.
don't believe in taking vaccines, and
Let me
those
tell you why I
people.
do. Let me tell you why I do.
Listen, there's a bunch
Because
of
you
people
didn't
that don't
listen. I'm gonna
believe in
tell you
taking
why. Let me
vaccines,
tell you why.
and they
Let me
do it
tell you
for
why.
religious reasons or
Okay,
whatever their reasons are. That's on
but let me
them.
tell you.
But
But
that
let me
All
tell
all
you
right,
this.
all
Tim, I
that
got
is
But
is
let
that
me
next.
tell
those
you this.
people don't
Let me
take
tell you this.
vaccines, and those
All right,
people
look.
that don't take vaccines, therefore, be the people that put their children at risk when they don't agree with vaccines, even though
All right, cool.
them
Hey,
All right, look.
Benu,
themselves have been
this
This is
for
what I'm
vaccinated
you,
as a
saying.
Benu,
child.
This
but
is
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
cook
saying.
you. But
This
you
is what
can
I'm
be
Go
my
saying.
ahead,
brother
Kenny, because
after.
you
Go
anxious to
ahead.
talk. Go ahead, Kenny.
This is what I'm saying, bro. You didn't go out there and do no type of vaccine research. You didn't go out there and look at the numbers to see how many people stopped taking measles vaccines and this and this and that. What you're going off is what somebody told you. And you're taking it as law, as the actual
No,
fact. The bottom, look, stop, let me finish.
go
You're
ahead.
taking it as the bottom line, end all be all. These people put it down on this paper, it has to be correct. How many times have they altered data so that they can have an agenda? You said it
True.
yourself that a lot of this majority of this shit is influenced. All of this shit is influenced by human bias. You
Uh
I
huh.
can't get
got
away
you.
from it. Hold on, I'm not done. You
Go
can't
ahead.
get away from it, right? So for you to just point it out when you want and then take it away from these other things is disingenuous. If you're going to hold human bias up to a standard where it has to be viewed and called out, and you got to call it out and everything. You can't
Right,
just
but
take
here's
other
the only
people's stuff
thing
All
you
at
right.
left
face
out.
value and say just because these people said it's true. And just because they gave me information to back up a claim that they're defending, that information is true now.
I
Come
get
on,
your
bro.
point.
But it don't work
Hold
that
on,
way. Two
Tim.
things can
You
hang
said
on,
it
hang
was
on. I
my
gotta address
goal,
what he
Tim.
said real quick, Kenny. 10
Go ahead.
seconds.
Go ahead.
So what you're saying, I agree with. I'm not gonna be intellectually dishonest. So therefore, if that's what you adhere to, you have to apply it to the same place too. You know, not all science, all across the board, as you said. So we gotta question TVs. We gotta question all science. We gotta question these phones we on. We gotta question everything that works. We gotta question everything that works
Wait,
because
wait,
you
wait.
have to apply it on both sides.
But Tim,
So you
before
can't
you go
you can't
there,
read. So the same thing he said to me, I'm saying back to him. You can't apply it when you want to and remove it when you want to. So you got to stand on it on
Am I
everything.
trying to,
So that
am
I
I
means
trying
you
got
to
you.
tell
Now,
you
question.
how
hold
So
on,
cell
hold
that means
on,
you
phones?
real
question
quick.
Am I
everything
trying to
in
tell you how
existence.
cell phones work?
You got
Hold
to
on,
you
real
got to
quick.
question everything
Am
that
I trying to,
exists.
you
Let's
should.
not move the
I wouldn't.
goalposts.
I
Hold
wouldn't
on.
you.
You
But am I trying
asked,
to tell you how
hold
cell
on.
phones work?
Hold on. You said, right, and I want to be sure, right, that we weren't involved in this vaccine of the measles or chickenpox, right? So how do
Oh,
we know it works? I
oh yeah.
know it works. I know it works by observation. I ain't seen a nigga with the measles in 50 years. That is how I can come to my observation that yes, these immunizations work, right?
How
Niggas
many
had
people? How many people in
polio.
the world?
Hold
How
on,
many
hold
people
on,
in the world? How many
Let
people
me
in the world?
finish. I waited a long time. Hold on,
Go ahead.
right? Niggas had polio in the 30s. We had a president with polio. I ain't never met a nigga with polio. Whatever they're doing in terms of vaccinations to get rid of polio, my observation from not meeting anyone with polio would be this shit is working,
Okay,
right?
let me ask you this. Let
That's
me ask
how
you this
scientific method
real
works.
quick, real quick. What
Good.
does it? What are the side effects of polio? What are the
I don't know.
So how the fuck you know you never met nobody with
I told
polio?
you I'm not a specialist,
So
right?
how do you know you never met nobody with
I'll
polio?
answer. I'll answer, right? Because I know the symptoms of polio. I know polio put a U.S. president in a wheelchair,
Okay,
right?
that's what I meant to
Hold
ask
on,
you.
hold on. You
What's
asked
the
me a
side
question.
effects?
Allow
What's
me
the
to answer,
symptoms of
brother.
polio?
I'm gonna be
I just
short.
asked you that. You said you
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
be short, brother. Just allow me to answer. And then you can press your question again, which I probably can't answer. But here's what I'm saying. When you ask
So why
me,
you trying to
how
answer it
do I
now?
know? When you ask me, how do I know what is polio, the effects of it? I've seen the effects of it over time, right? And I can tell you now, we don't see niggas in wheelchairs like FDR, who suffered from polio, right? So
What
it's
are
all
the
about
effects of
scientific
polio?
method, and I'm gonna
What
land
are
here.
the effects of
I'm gonna
polio? If
land here.
somebody has
I'm gonna
polio,
land here.
what signs do they exhibit for you to know that you met
Niggas
somebody
be in
with polio?
wheelchairs, bro. I
You never met
answered that.
nobody in a wheelchair?
FDR, who had polio, was in a wheelchair. What I'm
Have you ever
saying to
met
you is,
somebody in a
now I
wheelchair?
got you. I understand where you're going with your question.
All right, that's
Niggas
what.
in wheelchairs now got hit by cars, got shot. But you do not find niggas in wheelchairs now suffering from polio. Do
How
you
many niggas
disagree?
in wheelchairs have you interviewed to ask them, do they have polio or did they get shot
Bro,
or were they hit
I
by a
don't
car?
have to do, see, and this is when the argument
You
becomes
do. If you're gonna
disingenuous.
if you're gonna be telling me something, you
Hold
gotta
on. Hear
talk
what I'm
matter
saying?
of factly to me and try to
See,
talk like you
the fact of
educating
the
me on
matter
something.
is,
You don't even know
the
what
fact of the
polio
matter
is.
is
Wait,
You
that
be
Do y'all want
polio.
to know what the? Do y'all want to
Tim,
actually have an
Tim,
answer
I
to
got
what are
cut
the
off.
effects of polio?
I
How
got
do you
cut
get
off.
polio, nigga?
Wait. I got cut off, right? So let's say there's some, hold on, to your argument, right? And I want to be clear on who you are. You are someone, right, that has been locked in a basement, to the argument I'm making, hear me out, that has never seen the sunrise, right? So because you've never seen the sunrise, you would make the assertion that the sun doesn't rise. That doesn't mean it's true, right? You don't have to experience something in scientific method for it to be true, right? So again, back to polio. We know the circumstances, the side effects of polio. I'm telling
But you
you.
don't.
So are you
You
arguing with
don't though.
me?
all right.
So are you arguing with me? Hold on.
To give a
Hold
to
on,
give
hold
a
on,
more
Tim, hold on. Are you arguing with me that one of my best friends that's in a wheelchair, I don't know he's in a wheelchair from being shot and not from polio? I'm telling you, he's in a wheelchair from being shot, not
And I'm
polio.
telling you that your personal experience is so minute in the view of the world
I
that
agree.
it's idiotic for you to even
I
use that as
agree.
an example.
well, in the view of the
That's
world,
why I
is where
call
I
it
was.
scientific
Hang
method. Hold
on.
on. I
In the
agree
view of
with
hang
you.
on, Kenny, So the view of the world is where I was gonna go. Is the fact of the matter is that the polio vaccine did not eradicate polio on a world scale. But what it did do,
It worked.
and this and this is the evidence, the observable evidence of the effects of
It cut the
the
cases of
vaccine
polio.
is that in these borders, in this border of these people, when they mandated that babies get this shot,
It's only two
polio
niggas
in
with polio
the
in
polio.
2026.
Hang on,
That's not true.
That
polio.
It
was
was
God
188,
damn,
188
y'all
cases
are
in
y'all got
2025 and
ADD like a
27,000 in
motherfucker.
1930.
Y'all got ADD like
My
a
fault,
motherfucker.
Tim, but
God
niggas cut
No,
me
it,
off from making my point.
y'all just don't
I
follow
wait.
points through. That's the only
They
reason why
come
it
through
feels
to
like
them.
I said
ADHD.
two.
Go
I
ahead,
said
Tim.
two sentences, Amira. What I was getting ready to finish and say is that on a world scale, it did not eradicate polio, but what it did do, from what we did observe, is that in the borders of the United States, polio cases dramatically dropped almost to point whatever the 1 point or whatever the fuck
And in Africa as
percentile
well.
versus the rest of the world, which is
Correct.
and that evidence leads us to believe. I'm speaking scientific terms.
That the
This
shot
evidence
works.
leads us to believe that the polio vaccination had a positive effect
Correct.
because of the amount of cases within these borders, this controlled area, were that
did all
diminished.
you
And land
niggas
the
have the
plane.
chicken pox? Did all y'all have the chicken pox?
I
I
did.
had the
Yeah, I never
chicken
got a.
pox.
When I was a kid,
I
they
don't
didn't have a
remember.
chickenpox vaccination when I was a kid.
But wait,
They
like
did
Brown.
what? Are you talking
Like Brown,
about?
watch this though. One
They
thing I've
didn't
noticed.
see because I didn't.
Hold
I
on.
caught the chicken pox. My
Hold
mom
on.
made me get it in
One
daycare.
hold
Got a
on, real
They
second
quick,
didn't have a
like
box.
Brown. One
vaccination.
thing I've
Well
noticed is
then.
like Brown, and this on some G shit, right? I've noticed that I never knew a nigga with ADHD. A nigga was either retarded or he wasn't, right? But now, when I notice that chicken pox is gone, I'm seeing all these
It's
little
not
niggas
going
with ADHD. Hear what I'm saying? Hear what I'm saying? Right? For me, it's gone. I have 3 children. None of my 3 children have ever had chicken pox, right? So I'm saying the way we understood chicken pox and what was the white shit we put on the scars? What was the shit, like Brown?
Pink shit, calamine lotion. Pink shit.
All of that, right? That shit dead. That it's not as frequent now as when we were growing up in the 80s, right? There's a clear change, right? Now, along with that clear change, me being a skepticism type of guy, I see levels of ADHD increasing while I can't find a little nigga with chickenpox. Yes, I believe ADHD was in the chickenpox vaccine. And I'm going to land right there before I get too crazy. But, yeah.
It was funny the way you said it, but that's I could rock with that. That the side effect of the chickenpox
I
vaccination.
always say that shit, Tim.
Yeah.
Once I didn't see niggas with chickenpox no more, that's when niggas start popping up with ADHD. I ain't know no niggas with ADHD. I
Oh,
knew
come
niggas with
on now.
chickenpox.
Well,
Jizzle, you absolutely,
we come
if you
from
was young enough, you absolutely did know somebody with ADHD. It just wasn't called ADHD.
It
ADHD.
was
At the
called
time, it
bad.
was
It was
called
Your
called
hyper. It
ass
was
bad.
called
had it.
hyper. Excuse me.
You
They were
got
called
it. And
hyperactive.
ain't nobody ever fucking diagnosed your ass with it.
Exactly. It was called hyperactivity, and they
Like
were
Brown, I have
hyperactive.
feelings.
And at
Hold
the
on,
time,
You
they
hold
know,
didn't have
on.
medication. They didn't
Like
have,
Brown, I
excuse
have
me,
feelings.
they
So,
were
are we gonna?
hyperactive. And at the
let
I
Miss
have
time,
Paula
feelings.
they
finish.
didn't have medication for it. What they would do is take the kids outside and they would run all that fucking energy out of their system. That's what they did. It was never, ADHD is just that. Hyperactivity. And there was always kids that were hyperactive in school because they couldn't sit the fuck still. They
I
just
got
They
made
you.
called
that
them
the
bad. They
ADHD
Hold
called
on, let
label
me
is
respond
more
when she done.
the ADHD label is a more recent thing because I remember when it started. So
right.
Right.
before
Back in
that,
And
the
it
they
day, they
didn't
used
wasn't
to call
start
the
giving
kids
ADHD.
bad.
Allow me to
It didn't
respond real
start
quick.
as ADHD. It was
Y'all gonna ever get back
hyperactive. You
to
be like, "What's wrong with your
the
kid?"
carbon
The
dating?
kid is The kid was hyperactive. That's what they would call it. It was not ADHD. And back then, what they did to combat it was they had more physical shit. They had real gym. We would go outside. We would run around. They would have a place for that energy to go. They would run that energy out. These days, they don't have that as much because these kids are not as physical as much. They're so busy on computers and fucking in front of the TV and playing video games and all that other shit. They don't go outside, so that energy has nowhere to go.
All right, so
Yeah, they
right, if
said
I
the
can
slaves.
respond,
They
right?
said the
Here's the
slaves that
thing,
wanted to
right?
escape had the
I
disease.
have friends who have children with ADHD, right? What I'm saying to you is what I'm observing in these children wasn't a thing when I was growing up, right? All these kids that look normal.
Autism.
Hold on, let me
Autism
finish.
wasn't big back
Let me
then
finish.
either.
Let me finish. All these kids that look normal, right, but are nonverbal, that wasn't a thing when I was growing up.
That's not
See,
ADHD.
can I finish? Can I finish? Right? Like
Lord have
when we're
mercy.
so I make if I could finish, right? I'm literally coupling that with autism, right? What I'm saying is the level of rates of autism now, I didn't see those kids when I was growing up. Kids that look normal but were nonverbal, right? Like when
There
I
was
was
so
growing up,
many of
when I was growing up, you was a big-headed nigga that was retarded or you wasn't, right? It was clearly defined. Now we have something new. We didn't have all these nonverbal autistic kids in the 80s when I
They
was growing up.
We
they
What's
did.
the
did have
difference,
the they.
Kenny?
So what you're basically saying, Kenny, and what you're basically laying out are labels. But they absolutely did have those kids before. Would you like to know how I know?
I'm
Would you
saying I
like to know?
disagree with you.
Because I'm trying to let you know how I know. My aunt had a job working in a school for children that were special needs. They had a spectrum of disabilities. Like I told you,
Mm-hmm.
ADHD was never really a thing. It was hyperactivity. It was not that. As far as
Gotcha.
the children being nonverbal, yes, they were nonverbal. You had a range of things because you could never just look at a child and say what was wrong with them. So they did have children back then that were nonverbal. They may
They
not
would
have
call
been
them
in your
mute.
school. They may not have been in your school. They may not have been in your grade, but they absolutely did have them because they actually had special schools for them. Right now in the Bronx, right on Pelham Parkway, there is a school for special needs children, and the school has been there for decades. And when
And the
I'm telling you
reason
that
you're
my
seeing
aunt worked, when I'm telling you that my aunt worked there, she didn't work there recently. My aunt is older than me. She was a teenager when she did this. That was 50 years ago.
All right, but you cut me off.
And the
Right?
reason you're
Here's what I'm
seeing an
saying. Here's
increase,
what I'm
hang
saying.
on,
Real
Kenny,
quick,
hang on
Tim.
real quick, 10
How
seconds.
did we get
The
here?
reason you're seeing an increase in it, the reason you're seeing an increase in cases is because they invented this spectrum, and this spectrum
Yes,
is causing more people to be diagnosed because now there's
absolutely,
so much more things that fall under autism. So you're
Now
seeing
allow
an
me to
increase.
absolutely.
respond.
You're
So now
so
allow
you're
me to
Same thing with
seeing
respond,
increase
right?
in
ADHD.
right.
So
Where is
now
the
allow me to
spectrum that
respond,
has to explain?
right? I'm telling you this, right? I have friends who have children who are nonverbal autistic, right? I'm telling you, we didn't see that in the 80s. We saw big head niggas that
You
was
was a
retarded.
kid. You
Let
don't
me
know what was
finish. Let
going
me
on.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish my point, right? In the 80s, we had big
Mhm.
head niggas that was retarded. We clearly saw that they were not functioning right, right? I'm saying today we have a different epidemic, right? We have autistic kids that are nonverbal. This is scientific method. This is something I've observed, right? When I was growing up, not a single nigga who I grew up with was nonverbal autistic. But and peep it, I grew up with a few retarded niggas. Shout out to all my niggas from St. Nick Projects, right? Niggas was retarded. We knew they was retarded. I'm saying this nonverbal autistic element, that was not a
Kenny,
thing of the
Kenny, the
80s.
It was
Mickey.
there, but
Hold
it
on.
was
Let me say
considered
something.
retarded.
Hold
I
on.
don't
Let me say
understand. It's
something.
called CR. It was
Right.
CRMD. That was what it was called back
Right.
then, and
But
it
Hey,
was
Kenny,
under the. It was all
Oh
underneath
shit.
that. You're calling them retarded, but they changed the designation from retarded, and they actually gave them different
You're not
labels.
understanding what
yo,
I'm saying
Autism.
to
no.
you.
No,
So
you're not understanding
what
what I'm saying to you.
Kenny, what you don't, okay. So
Let me respond.
The
Before
Mickey
you
Mantle
explain
School,
anything to me,
hold
let me
on. The
respond.
Mickey Mantle School,
I'll wait
which
till
is
you're done.
on 82nd Street
About Ghana.
and Weston Avenue is where in Manhattan, is where most of the special needs kids went. So they would be autistic, they would be these things. They had special buses that came to pick them up and take them to school and stuff like that. So we definitely had nonverbal children back then. We were kids, we just didn't realize it.
Right. I
So
remember a
now
whole
if I could
bunch of
finish,
kids when
right?
I was little that the little
Here's the
you know
point
the
I'm
little dudes
making.
they be like
Let me make my point,
Yeah.
right? Let me make my
yeah, it was
point.
a gang of them little dudes. I
In
remember
the
them dudes.
80s, when these niggas was getting on the small bus, right? More than likely, you could look at them and see they had some type of
I'm
deformity,
telling you, that's not
right?
true.
What can I finish?
I'm
Can I
telling you, it's
finish?
not true.
Can I
You can
finish?
finish all you want to,
Can
but it's
I
not true.
well can I finish? If I can
You
finish
can
all I
finish all you
want to,
want to,
let
but
me
it's not
respond.
true.
All right, let me respond, right? What I'm saying to you is the element of nonverbal autistic kids that look normal, right? That can't even speak, right? That was not a normal thing in the 80s. In the 80s, these kids that went to these schools y'all are talking about, they had big heads. We could
No,
clearly
they
see.
should
Let me
How
not.
the
finish.
fuck
Can I
was
Jesus
finish?
they there?
Can I
fucking
finish?
Christ.
Can I finish? Can
You
I
can't
finish?
believe the
Can
ignorance
I
that is
That's the
coming out of
scientific
your mouth
method.
can
regarding
I
these
finish?
kids.
That's
I
the
can't make my
scientific
point.
method. That's the
Can
I
we
observation.
can't
use
make
the
my point.
scientific method to prove that?
I can't make my point, right? Because yes,
Jesus
my
fucking
point
Christ.
involves
And he
the
said their heads was
scientific
big,
method.
right?
My point involves the scientific method. Back then, you were clearly able to classify these kids as having an issue, right? What I'm saying is now we have a new epidemic of kids who you can't look at and clearly see they got an issue, right? Now, now that's a fact, right? From some of my friends who have autistic children, right?
Can you finish?
I'm very sensitive to this, right? This is a new epidemic, right? So when I make the joke about when I never saw chickenpox anymore. I started to see autistic kids, right? That is at least something worth exploring and having a conversation about. I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but I'm saying when y'all try to dismiss it, no, I can't accept that. Those kids that were in those schools and those programs, most of them were visibly, right, deformed, right? We have a new epidemic now. And because of my skepticism, I would believe that a portion of that may come from some of the vaccines that our kids have been taking, right? But all of this goes back to the scientific method. It's all about observation. It's all about seeing things over time. So if we go all the way back to my original point, if Light Brown has a big forehead and she wants to grow hair
Talk
on that
about your
forehead.
patchy ass motherfucking beard and keep my name out your fucking
Hear what I'm
mouth.
saying? Like, hear what
How
I'm
about
saying?
that?
Hear what I'm saying? The Africans understood that if you take certain berries, certain oregano, whatever the fuck, it would cure certain things. That was a form of scientific method. It was observed over time. They were able to collect a certain level of data, and they understood. If this nigga has the herpes, right? Give him oregano, and we may be able to stifle the herpes, right?
Oh my fucking God. Like, Kenny, go
That's
Can I
somewhere
just
with
say
this
one
dumb
Go
thing?
ahead,
shit.
go.
First of
Keep
all,
on, keep
Kenny,
on
you was
going,
a
Kenny.
child. You was a
Never
child. You
mind.
would not have noticed if these kids were like that or not, or if they had big heads, little heads, miniature heads, whatever the fuck. You were a child. You weren't paying attention to that shit. So you
I
can't
knew
sit there and say that. And
I
I'm
knew
telling you,
all my
and
retarded
I'm telling you,
homies.
So their heads was
no, you
big, right?
didn't.
I
No,
knew
you
all
didn't.
my
And guess
That's
what?
Miss
retarded
Your little
homies.
Aura.
tiny spot,
Them niggas my
the
friends to
world
this
was bigger
day.
than your
I
little
knew
tiny
all
This
my
shit
spot
was
in Harlem
retarded
or
huge,
homies.
wherever
right?
the fuck you was at. And not how it goes. Because you knew 2 or 3 people and you knew that they were special needs does not mean that you know everybody. And like I
Doesn't
said
mean
back
they was
then,
autistic either.
exactly. Because a person could have been autistic back then and you wouldn't have known because you wouldn't have known that there was an issue. You wouldn't have known because of their behavior. So
I
I'm
don't
trying
think
to
you're
explain.
hearing
That's
what
what
I'm
I'm trying to
saying.
tell you. No, I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying.
Now I hear you.
What I'm saying to you is you were a child. How would you have recognized that there was an issue as you being a child? You just thought that was
Two
the kid and he
ways.
did this. That's it. That's not how that goes.
Two ways.
And I'm telling you, it's not.
Two ways, right? One, the
And
niggas
not
that was
unless you was,
slow.
and not
Two
unless you
ways.
autistic too.
Hold on, let me respond. Two ways. One, the niggas that was slow, they was big-headed niggas, right?
That's
But the
not
other,
true.
but hold on, chill. But the other way is
Oh my
that
God.
if you look at the masses of dudes I grew up with, you didn't see dudes that were nonverbal autistic. That's a
Because
new
the
thing.
verbal kids, nonverbal kids didn't hang out with us verbal fucking kids, retarded.
I'm talking about all my friends. I hung out with
They
everybody in my
weren't.
Yeah, but
neighborhood.
The
there's more people in the
nonverbal
world than
kids.
your 6
Wait a
friends.
minute. The nonverbal kids would not have hung out with us, Kenny.
We hung
What are
out
you
with the
They
young.
talking
weren't even in the
about?
same. They
Hold
weren't
on.
even in the
So let
same
me
fucking
respond.
school that you went to because
You know
the
what we used
board
to
of
call
education,
them? You know what we used to
was
call?
not equipped to deal with those kids
You know what we used to
anyway.
You're
call
not
So they
even
the
wouldn't have
on the
even been
same
in
bus
your
as
school.
them.
Slow
You know
You're
mo.
what
not
we
even
used to
riding
call
the
the
same bus.
nonverbal autistic kids?
Oh
We
my.
used to call them
Kenny is
e-babies,
funny,
right? Like they used to say
No, he's really not. And
right?
y'all
Like,
laughing at him, and
That's
hear me
that
out.
shit encourages him to do
Hey, yo,
stupid
can I
shit
just
even
land
more.
my plane?
Their heads was big,
Can
right?
I just
The,
land
the
my plane,
conversation
right?
we
Just
was
like
having an
his.
interest. We was having an interesting
right.
build in
We
the
was.
derail.
We was having a
Yeah.
dead interesting build.
I fucked it up when I bought the e-babies in it. All right, never mind. Hey,
Oh man.
I'm just being real, right? I was able to observe certain things. We knew the e-babies, right? We called them e-babies because they would say and they were nonverbal. We knew them niggas, right? I'm saying,
Baby.
yeah, that's what we called them, e-babies. Right? That's what they used to
He
say.
was sick.
And we
I don't
hung
even
out
know
with
what he's
them.
fucking talking about.
Hold on, hear me out.
Kenny just
And
playing
we
now. He's
hold on,
serious.
and we played with them niggas. We hung out with them. Niggas ain't gonna let me finish. All right, never mind. Baragani.
Ask Uganda now. I didn't lost where the bill was.
He left. The brother left.
Oh no, he didn't leave, did he? Oh no, here he said Kenny's still there. Okay.
We ain't talking about Kenny.
I thought I seen Banu, or was that
I'm
Vance?
talking
I
about.
did wanted to speak on the COVID vaccination because when they came out with that, that was Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, right? And because
And
they
Moderna.
it wasn't all the way as they claim was tested, was it? But they still made the product and they still issued it out.
Well,
Now
that's why Governor
Right.
Cuomo. That's why
right.
Governor Cuomo lost his motherfucking governorship because he got on national TV and said you can't force people to take an
No.
experimental fucking
No.
vaccine.
Governor Cuomo lost his job because he was telling women, "Why don't you eat that glizzy?
Nigga, they
You could
bought
swallow
that
the whole
shit.
thing."
They
No,
bought that shit. Let me tell
no.
you something.
Cuomo
Right
lost
after,
his job for
right after
sexual
he got on,
allegations.
right after
It
he got
wasn't
on
no sexual
TV.
allegations. That was
Right,
the setup, dumb nuts.
right.
Damn,
After
I
he got
signed
on
up for that.
TV,
Swear to God.
right after he literally got on TV and said you can't force people to take an experiment vaccine, and he was not going to force the people of New York City to take this vaccine, is when they came up with them sexual allegations.
That's
Because he
cool,
did
right?
not go with the fucking program.
That's
And they
cool,
went
right?
after him and his brother.
That's cool, right? But what was documented was that he was asking women, right?
Bro,
Can
shut
you
up. So
Hold
what is
on.
what was
Hold on.
documented?
Hold
All right,
on.
y'all have this because we was having a good bill before this
We still
bullshit.
are.
No,
Don't do
we're
that.
not.
We're still having a good
We're
build if
not.
everybody can talk. So what I'm saying is what's
Everybody that gets
100% fact.
accused of sexual harassment doesn't mean that it happened.
So now you defending Cuomo.
No,
What
I'm
saying,
defending that I know that these motherfuckers played dirty, and because he didn't want to play ball with their asses, next thing you know, he was raping women. Because if that's the case, and he was sexually harassing women, they would have known that way before he got on TV and said that. How long had Cuomo been the governor?
And on top of that, he was very,
respond?
very, 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 very much so against Donald Trump. And Trump would do some shit like that because he wanted him out.
How about
No,
now
not
you should
Jesus
have came
Christ.
in.
It's true.
No. Let's have
It's
certain.
true. He
I
did
got
not
you.
like that man. He did not like that man,
I
and he
got
did not
you.
want that man running against. Excuse me. He did not want that man running against him for president.
Right. So you
When
made your
Trump was here,
premise.
wait a minute. When Trump
So
was here
excuse
in New
me.
York City, and he was here in New York State, he did a lot of underhanded bullshit, and they was calling him on it, and they would not rein in Tish James, which is why he was going after her. That's why they went after her. It was a
All of that's
setup.
fantastic, right?
I
The
know it is.
reality is
The fact that I
Governor
can think that
Cuomo,
fucking wide and you can't is
Governor
amazing to me.
Cuomo lost his job because women came out stating that he was asking them, can they swallow a whole glizzy? Right? That's a fact. Right? Like they had
Did you see it?
hearings.
One lady,
Hold
one
on.
lady came
Can
out
I
and said
finish?
it.
Can I finish?
Was you there when it
Can I
happened?
finish? Can
I'm
I
asking.
finish? I'm gonna
So
let
you
you
speaking
talk some more.
definitively.
Let me know when I
I
can
know you
respond.
were. Was you there to see it happen? Was you there when they asked? God damn.
So again, right? My point is this, right? It's documented and known, right? Governor Cuomo lost his job over things that were proven through sexual allegations. He's literally texting these hoes, right? Sending text messages that can be read. Hey, I bet you could swallow a whole glizzy, right? That's why he lost his job. Let's not get goofy with the conversation, right? Like, I'm big on primary sources. I'm big on facts, right? So when we're talking about Cuomo, I'm not factoring in the Donald vaccines, none of that. He got fired for asking women, can they swallow a whole glizzy? Anyone in the chat who thinks I'm wrong, Google it and stop me when I'm wrong, right? That's literally the reason for him getting fired.
If
So
he
what I'm
had done
saying,
that previously, like you said, how come that shit didn't come out when he was running for fucking governor? Why
the
didn't it when
same
they
way,
vetted him? Nope.
The
When
same
they
way we
vetted
didn't
him,
find out
when
about
they
the
vetted,
baby oil until 2025.
no, that's a whole thing. You cannot
No. Yes.
conflate those two. That's an
Yes.
unequal conflation.
No, it's
Because guess
not.
what? The shit, yes, it is. Would you like to know why? Would you like
No,
to
I
know
wouldn't
why?
really.
Because
I'd
the
like to
shit
finish
that
my
Puffy
point.
was, excuse me, the shit that Puffy is
No, you
accused of doing
excuse
and that
me.
Puffy
You
was
cut
doing,
me off.
everyone already knew about that shit. So if what you said is true and that they knew all of this stuff about Cuomo and all of this shit happened with Cuomo, and I don't even like that motherfucker, okay? If all of that shit actually happened, then how the fuck did he get to be governor?
Cool. So
Cuomo.
my simple answer to that is, knowing all the things we know about Donald Trump, he's still the president, right? Until these things are documented and pressed in front of certain bodies, right, they're not really a thing. So I'm saying these
Of
things
course they're not
become
going to be pressed,
hold
because
on,
who's
can I
going to
finish?
fucking talk about a fucking, who's going to
Excuse me, I
talk
was
about that
speaking.
and bring that
Excuse
out?
me, I was speaking.
You sound foolish, Katie.
Excuse me, I was
Whatever, whatever. I don't care what the fuck you was doing.
I know. Y'all never do.
I know. And you're
'Cause I
right.
be
I never
cooking.
do, because you fucking long-winded for
'Cause
no.
I
You
be
don't be cooking shit.
Nah,
No,
I
you
do.
don't.
That's why y'all
No,
cut
you
me
don't.
off. But
You don't be
Habaragani to
cooking this
you, son.
shit.
Habaragani.
Yeah, borrow fuck you. How about that?
Yeah.
I don't got no friends. I don't got no friends. You know what I mean? I got supporters, people on my side and people on the other side.
Welcome to the shift where the whole room blows. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. Just you flat, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yo, shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. This that channel that be talking back, energy attack. Iron sharpens iron, watch the whole league react. Competition in the building, better tighten up your facts. We ain't clones, but we still mirror how you crack under impact. Every debater work hard, spot a weak, rep fast. You live wrong, paradigm shift and break your stance. I'm the judge, the jury, the pen, the contrast. My bars hit always like a quadruple. Bottom try to shift where the whole room glow. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't all align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. We invite every mind, long as you stand on yours. Walking with respect, leave with open doors. Channel stay lit, views jumping off the boards. STL bounce, yeah, the spy from the source. Competitors, welcome, step up, don't fold. We don't fit pressure, we refine under low. Thoughts heavy, we press them till the truth get told. Shift so clean, if the platinum even will it's gold. Come through correct, bring your logic and your proof. Speak your truth, just don't run from the truth. We debate with grace, that's the paradigm groove. Flow so smooth, even turbulence move. Welcome to the shift where the whole room go. DMG vibes got the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm light, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. Where the whole go. DMG vibe, like the city on go. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' go. If you black, I'm with you, let the whole world know. Paradigm life, yeah, we shine just right. Respect your view, even if we don't align right. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. Welcome to the shift. DMG vibes, got the city on go. Welcome to the shift. Stand on what you know, every mind gon' grow. Welcome to the shift. If you black, I'm with you, if you black, I'm with you. Welcome to the shift. We can disagree and still keep the love tight. Welcome to the shift. DMG family, we elevate the mind right. Welcome to the shift. EMG vibe, got the city on low. What put paradigm shift, keep it real forward.
Y'all know I say that greeting for one reason and one reason only. It's because if you black, I'm with you. And I hope that you with me.